Hello and welcome back. Just gonna be hanging out. Nothing crazy, but welcome. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can say. All my bones hollowed out, I'm crying like a jaybird. Her wings fail and she falls from the golden sky. On the golden sky. Let's get back to business. Hi. Welcome. Um, there's some stuff I wanted to do for the stream. On the golden sky, golden sky. Crack open a little Coca-Cola. Not sponsored. For the golden sky. For the golden sky. Let's see. On the golden sky, the golden sky. So, I want to see. Curious if there's an easy way to do this. Yeah, I don't know. I tried doing this before. Like, this is the default setting. Ow, 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 ow. So dumb. I'll do it though. Um, Man, I don't know. Let's delete that one. We don't need that. Okay. I'm gonna watch a little video of someone doing a tutorial on how to get a head pat redeem. I would like that. Pause music for a second. I'm gonna put on 2x speed real quick. You know, I bet I could use BikuBot to add a head pat redeem. I think I could do it. Hold on. I'll need to get the head pat file, but I think I think I could do that. Or you know what? Wait, hold on. I think there's a way to do BikuBot. Hold on. BikuBot head pat. Let's just see if there's somebody has already made a video about it. Um. Yeah, okay, so this is a tutorial on BikuBot. Evening, Jake. How's it going? Yeah, skip, 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 skip. Skip, 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 skip. Okay, so that was just a general thing. Um, Hello, Reformed Kyle. Welcome. You're so much cooler than the other VTubers. Hey, just because it's true doesn't mean you have to say it out loud. What's the plan for today? I'm trying to set up some new stuff for the stream. I've been doing this lately. I re-updated all my notifications, so any like new subscriptions or follows, anything like that, is all refreshed, so it actually functions. Not just functions properly, but like maybe potentially better than before. I don't know. It functions well. Or if it didn't function in the first place, it now functions. And there's room to expand on it in the future if I want to add more specific things. So I did that recently, as well as also fixed. You can see in the top left, latest follower, latest tipper. I used to have that, but then when I transported it all to OBS from Streamlabs OBS, it all got messed up and jacked up, and then I had to redo a lot of it. And so now I've finally kind of redone it and gotten into its a state where it's all functioning how I want it to. So now I'm like, okay, well, if I've done that, let me work on some other stuff that I wanted to also, get to work on. One of them being a head pat redeem for channel points, as well as maybe some other redeems, like maybe a bonk redeem or a hydrate redeem, things like that. The hydrate one is more so just like that doesn't take anything. You just add a little channel points thing, and then I just have to make sure I have some water to drink nearby so people can actually have me hydrate, which is fine. But I'm just gonna have to get in the habit of having it available, or literally getting up every time somebody redeems that and going and drinking some water. So I don't know. There have been a few people who are like, "Hey, you should really have that," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right." But first comes the head pat / bonk redeem. I'm gonna look into how to do that. Let's see. So I'm trying to see. Let's see. Bikubot VTube Studio. I would be playing some music right now, but since I'm going to be watching these tutorial videos, I mean, you guys don't really need to see the tutorial videos, so I figured I don't know. I could just mute it so that you guys don't hear it, but it doesn't really matter. Maybe like here? Okay, well, I don't have voice meter, so I don't think this will help me out much. Maybe I can just figure this out on my own. What's the... Let's try something new. Just gonna make like a new command. It's not gonna be a real one or anything, but I'm gonna call it !PP. Maybe I shouldn't have told you that, because now you're gonna potentially try to redeem it by just typing it. Anyway, we'll get there. It doesn't do anything right now anyway, so. Alright, well, for this part, I think we can play some music. We'll go ahead and let that go. But yeah, we're pretty much just chatting today. Don't feel bad if you like are interrupting my thought process or anything. We're just here to hang out. I'll get this done in due time, I'm not in a rush with it. So, oh, here we go. VTube Studio. Hotkeys. Oh, huge. Okay. I think I got it. So, how did I do the TTS redeem? Okay. What is TTS? Text to speech. So I have it set up so that a little character will come out. So you can have them read it out loud, basically, whatever message you end up sending with it. Okay, so I'm going to do the VTube Studio option. Okay, we're going to have it do a hotkey name, and then so a little bit of fourth wall breaking. Not like that's the first time that's happened here. What is my hotkey?
Testing. Jake is very good at video games.
I mean, you know, if that's what Pepe says, then it must be true. Okay, not that. Not that. Not that one. Not that one. Wait, oh, there. Okay, so that's the bonk. That's the frame destroyer. Okay, those are the emotions. Hold on. There's the head pat. Okay. So W was the bonk. F was the head pat. Gotcha. Okay. And actually, you know what? If I can probably go by the name. That would be a lot more valuable. This is not it, is it? Hotkey settings, that's right. So scroll down a little. So I think we're gonna actually, well, okay, we can change that. But for now we're just gonna go by the name. Hammer, we're gonna do hotkey name hammer. And then we're gonna call it, or then we're gonna do, so we're gonna do that, and then I mean, I don't know why it's not. Do I not have YouTube Studio linked up? Is that what the issue is? Ah, okay, hold on. I think I need to link up. You know what? I'm gonna look up how to do that because I don't want to sit around and fiddle with it for like 10 minutes trying to figure out how to link YouTube Studio to Biku Bot. Actually, maybe we'll go back to that one tutorial video. All fools, magician bends the rules as the crowd watches his every move. Just a shaking hand without a concrete plan. Close that for now. Yeah, so a lot of this is just going to be in the background of what you're seeing, so you're not really going to see it. So heads up on that. Side steps to a death-defying fate. Wait for him to reappear. Just a shaking hand without a concrete plan. Just a shaking hand without a concrete plan. I'm a shaking hand without a plan. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do. Ba 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 da 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 ba 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 ba. So yeah, actually, I forgot about this. I guess I'm gonna have to try to update it a bit more often. But if you spam emotes, it will actually just drop them on top of my head every once in a while, which is cool. But I'll have to resync that in 58 days. So. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to connect BQBot right now. Hmm. Let me check the BQBot Discord. I'll probably have some information about it there if I just search for it. Usually helps out. I'm just going to search VTube Studio. That should help out a lot. Let me try searching connect to VTube Studio. Mm-hmm. I just don't know. I don't really know what it would be. It needs a name for some reason. I have the IP address, right? Hmm. I really wish I knew what I was doing. It's been long enough since I first set up BQBot that I don't remember what I did to connect it to. Also, my lip syncing is really not great right now. But I don't know what it was I did to connect it to the thing. The thing is, I think if I'm going to look up a tutorial, it's going to have to be like... It's probably going to be mentioned within a greater tutorial, like a bigger tutorial. What's up, hi? How's it going? Ooga booga. Those are not words. How dare you? Okay, we're going to try watching this tutorial. I'm going to leave it muted and just see if there's a point where they... Nope, they don't have the VTube Studio option. Okay. I don't know how it's supposed to connect to VTube Studio. I'll throw a dictionary at you. Listen, guys, no fighting in chat, alright? Custom parameters? No. Not that searching's gonna help, no? Help. How's everyone doing? I'm doing pretty good. Had some fun playing Lethal Company earlier. And now I'm trying to set some fun stuff up for stream in the future. Figured I might as well stream it and just hang out. Love everything on. Yeah, so yeah, all of VTube Studio is flipped for stream. So for me, it looks normal. And this is because my avatar, when I'm looking at the monitor, like it's on my main monitor right in front of me, right? I have it mirrored so that when I go to my left, she goes to the right, you know? And when I go to my right, she goes to the left. But then, and so I have that set it up there. But then I have it flipped in the stream. So for you guys, so for me, it shows up as a mirror, so I can very accurately like go. It's like I'm looking in a mirror, right? And I look exactly like this, you know. It's like I'm looking in a mirror, so it's more comfortable. I don't get that weird like disorientation of like, wait, hold on, it's flipped for me. But then on stream for you guys, if I lean to my left, like I am right now, then to you it does also look like she's leaning to her left. So you know it works. It connects in a way that's comfortable. It just means I really need to have a very symmetrical character model, and anytime I have something with text on my character, I need to flip it through VTube Studio so that when it gets flipped again, it'll be okay. So it's a little funny, but yeah. So anytime I open this up, all the text and everything else will be backwards to you guys. But that's the reason why. Fun fact, you know. It's because you didn't read. I did though. That's what worries me. Casual backwards text reading, no big deal. Okay, that's like Wi-Fi connection. I don't think I need Wi-Fi connection. I think we need like this, right? The plug-in connection. Oh man, what I used to be. Man, oh my, oh me. So weird. There's integration between VTube Studio and BikuBot, two programs I use for my streaming, right? But there's no way. Like, there's a clear way to connect it. You know, I can probably show you guys. Hold on. Okay, let me close some stuff in VTube Studio so you can see. Oh, there's me twice. Don't worry about it. Just so it doesn't look too trippy, let's just open that in the background. So, like, look at this. There's this option, right? To connect stuff. And I have OBS connected. Cool. Awesome. OBS is connected. For some reason, the name is something. Do I just give it a name? Does it matter? Let's just try VTube Studio. Maybe that's the issue. That's the issue. That's literally it. That's literally it. That's all I needed to do the whole time is give it a name. God damn it, dude. God damn it, man. This whole time. All right, well, I don't need to show you anymore because I figured it out. God damn it. Oh, that's so frustrating. I spent like 20 minutes trying to figure that out, and maybe only like 10 minutes. Just trying to see, wait, what, like looking things up, trying to find, like it's been like nothing. Like you guys have basically seen nothing this whole time. And then I'm like, wait, what if I just try giving it a name? God damn it, that's all it is? I just had to give it a name? I just had to title it something, and then it connected fine? I'm also reading manga at the same time, so I guess I'm just in right-left mode. I mean, fair. All the backwards text. Okay, so BikuBot is now connected, which is cool. So, let me go back to commands, and we will scoot this up. I know you guys can't see this, but we're down to a point where you don't really need to see it. It's fine. Hotkeys. Okay, we can close that, I think. That'll look fine for you. It could be a redeem for adding the mirrored car to the stream. Or like a doppelganger redeem. I mean, I don't know how hard that would be. Hmm. Okay, VTube Studio randomly disconnected. Okay. I don't understand how the VTube Studio thing works. Okay, it's not showing in BikuBot. It's not showing my list of things from VTube Studio. So I thought I had it connected, but it does not seem to be connected properly. Which makes me wonder if it even is. Yeah, I don't know how to go about this. Hold on. Maybe no. Dude, I don't know. I don't know what to do here. I thought I had an idea of how it worked, but then it suddenly wasn't working. Oh, wait. Nope. Not working. Okay. I don't know. There is an option for a model swap. So if I ever get multiple VTuber models, we could have a point in time where if you have like a lot of channel points, you could make me swap to a different character for a bit. That'd be cool. Dude, I don't know. Let me try just closing and reopening BikuBot. Maybe that's all it's going to take. Okay, let me try. Oh god, now there's two of them. 3, 4, 5, 6 times the charm. Carnome featuring Carnome, truly the stream of all time. Hey, hey, hey. No, no, no. Halo. It's loading the models. It's just not loading the hotkeys for some reason. Do I like not really have any hotkeys established? Because I certainly do. Select the folder for this hotkey. I don't know what these icons are for, but I can switch them off and on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times the charm. 6, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Car feature gnome. I've called it hammer, and I think we're gonna be smart here, and we're gonna. I'll go ahead and close that for you guys. I'm gonna message somebody who. Let me see. Okay, I found somebody who had the same issue. They made a post about it. Let's see if somebody helped. Okay, create a new VTube hotkey module. Navigate to the hotkey and then don't touch anything for 5 to 10 seconds. Okay, they said that didn't work. Isn't it against TOS to get hammered on stream? I mean, it probably hasn't stopped people before to playing drinking games on stream. Unless you mean a different kind of hammered. What kind of music would a gnome make? I mean, you know, gnomes can make any kind of music. Kind of rude to assume otherwise, honestly. It's like being like, what kind of music can a woman make? The same kind of music, bro. What do you mean? Make music? Yeah. Sometimes. I'm going to try blipping out of existence for a second. I'll be right back. I'm still here. I'm just a ghost now. Or just invisible. No, I just wanted to restart VTube Studio real quick to see if that would fix my issue. Ba 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 da 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 ba da 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 da. There we go. Oh, interesting. Now the model swap is not even loading. Oh wait, hold on. It disconnected from VTube Studio. I remember my mother's sister's husband's brother working in the coal mine full time, filling in for sunshine, riding to tire lines, ordinary beehives. Door screams, I hate you, hanging on my blue jeans. Eyes are no breeze, no currency of leaves. I'm going for. I trust no emotion. I believe in locomotion. Sweet as cuss. So many times in the dirt, in the dust. Here we go. Maybe that was what I needed. Bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, now Peekabot's like not connecting at all. Let's try reloading it. I have no idea how this happens. Alright, whatever. I think that's working. Let's see. Okay, model swap loaded. Hotkeys? Nothing. Damn, dude. Oh, here we go. Now we activate that. Cool. See if that updates it. What's this? Why does it have a yellow thing for OBS? I'm looking forward. Dude, I don't know what the hell it's doing, man. It's so weird. I can cue that song up real quick. A city lining by Cardiacs. Okay, well. Try making a new trigger and see if that does anything. I just don't know what to do here. Wait a bit and then refresh the modules. Is that for VTube Studio or is that? I'm gonna make a post. That's really annoying. There you go. VTube Studio connected to BikuBot, but it just won't connect. Like it'll show the options for swapping models and loads the model names. But it doesn't load any of the hotkey names. All right, make a post, see if anybody responds soon. Hopefully it won't be bad. This one person made a post and it took 40 minutes to get a response. So we'll see how this goes. Christmas Eve with your mother and sis. Don't wanna fight, but your mother insists. Wanna be a part of fantasy. I wanna be a part of family. I don't wanna talk about anything. I don't wanna talk about anything. I wanna kiss your eyes again. I wanna witness your eyes looking. Talk about anyone. I don't wanna talk about anyone. Gonna try and sleep. See you around, man. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, even just for a bit. I know it's a bit later your time. I wanna kiss, kiss your eyes again. I wanna witness your eyes looking. 4 a.m., bro. You gotta get some sleep, man. I don't know. It's frustrating because I feel like I'm really thinking about what the options are that I have here. The problem is there aren't really that many options. I don't wanna talk about anything. Wanna kiss, kiss your eyes again. Wanna witness your eyes looking. I don't wanna talk about anyone. I don't wanna talk about anyone. Never been good at the whole sleeping thing. Hey, nothing wrong with that. We all got our own stuff to figure out, you know? Okay, is that working now? Okay, it's reconnected. Okay, the model swap's loading again. So what does send hotkeys to PC even mean? That's weird. Oh, wait. These are the hotkeys. Weird. I guess I only have those selected. To me. I'll try send hotkeys to PC. Let's see if that changes anything. Expression editor. Interesting. Create new expression. Whoa. Whoa, that's a little spooky, isn't it? Doesn't make any sense too with my character model. Oh wait, hold on. Is that? All right. Well, that's harder to see. I guess that's not much there. Hat slowly disappearing. Snap my head over to. Whoa, it's like locked. Whoa. No way, dude. That's so goofy. What is that? What is that? This is crazy, dude. It's like locking it at that angle, too. If I rotate my body or even my head, it's like staying at that angle. That's so odd. Normally, my neck doesn't look all that odd and out of place, but when you do this kind of stuff, it really jacks it up. What's this one? Ah, I mean, you know, that's kind of cute. Oh god. Junk, 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 junk. I don't know. Ah, that rotation axis. Oh, I can go like really big eye. And then just for no reason. Wow, okay. It's like not letting me blink. Yeah, I don't know. The eye smile is like such a subtle change. I don't really know. Oh, I can force which direction I'm looking. That's very interesting. Oh god. It really makes you think. I can't actually like talk. Oh no, it isn't tracking. That's right. That's so weird. I don't know what this one's changing. Breath? Ah, it's like the automatic breathing animation. Yeah, I don't know. This one is too subtle to see. There's a mouse with cheese. Okay. What is this? Okay. Oh, the physics parameters too. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Let's try making a new hotkey. Let's see if we can get that to do something, maybe. So I guess we gotta make. Let's just get some item from in here. Select. Have a big old band-aid. Yeah, that's good enough. And then we can save this as a hotkey. Create new item scene. We're gonna call it Band-Aid. Band-Aid. Save that. Click OK, and then go here. Make a new hotkey. Hotkey name or hotkey action. Toggle item scene. Select. Item scene. Band-Aid. Select. And we can just leave it at that. We don't even need anything else. We're going to call it Band-Aid. I need to seem to need to. Okay. Just gonna keep making tiny changes to it and hoping that it loads. It's still not loading. Not sure what that does. Oh god, it went really small. Wanna live a life like mine. We're doing it, baby, all the time. You so you gotta run with the punches. Talking straight. All I really wanna do. Yeah, oh yeah, that's alright. Yeah, you wish. The new okay life test. What it is it is the best. Hold on, you better wait. Oh, that's alright. Not what it takes, but I think you might. Da, 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 da. Wanna live a life like mine? Out doing it, baby, all the time. To do so, you gotta roll with the punches. Jump from the sweetest to the toughest of tough love. Well, hold on, you better wait. Oh, well, that's alright. Come on over to my house. There's a party going on right all the time. Man, I have no idea how I'm going to fix this. Got what it takes, well, I think you might. Okay, just thought I'd check that. Or I am kind of at a loss if I'm being real. Wait, it's only appeared. Oh, they're all here. Okay. Okay, so I think maybe it just had to refresh. Like it had to load all of the things. So that's cool. All right, we don't actually really care about this Band-Aid option. I was just going to make it as a test one. What we really cared about is all the other ones we have already. What is anim shake? I have no idea what that means. Angry sign? What about angry? There we go. Okay, that's nice. BikuBot is controlling these things for me. Okay. So we need to do the hat toggle. So we can turn off and on the hat. Hold on. Gonna need to copy this one thing and then paste it over. Just so I can kind of copy and paste some bits and pieces of it. Okay. So maybe we can do that, and then YouTube Studio, hotkeys, hat toggle. We can duplicate that, and then duplicate that. Instead of hat toggle, we do the head pat. Then we do another few seconds. So maybe, I don't know, let's say 10 seconds. Well, okay, for the testing, we'll do 5 seconds and see how that feels. Keep time on me if you need to. Keep time on me. Okay, so should go. Wait 1 second. Hat toggle. Wait 1 second. Head pat toggle. Wait 5 seconds. So it head pats for 5 seconds, and then head pat toggle to get rid of the hand, and then 1 second to get the hat back on. Let's test it. That was pretty good. I think the 5 seconds wasn't even too bad, but I think we'll go for 10 seconds for the official. See how that looks? There goes the head pat. Sticks around for a little bit. Nice. It would be nice if it played some sort of noise. That's the only thing. But I think I can do that through a different app. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna export this. But for now, we need to go create the command. If you need to. So for now, it's set to this command, but I'm going to make it a channel point redemption. Let's go to. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah. So we got to go to the Twitch dashboard. Oh, yeah. So I go to viewer rewards, channel points. I think this part you guys can see. It's not like crazy. So we're just gonna. Is there an option to? There you go. Add custom reward. Head pat. Head pat. We're gonna make it cost a lot. At least 1,000. We'll see how that is. Only one per minute. And now we got to change V2 or BQBot to do it not off of a command, but off of the new channel point that should exist. Head pat. This redemption has not been made with this bot, so it's Twitch's settings. Oh, wait, that's right. Do I need to do it through the other way around? All right, hold on. Let me head pat, delete. So new one. Cost 1,000 points. Require user input. We are the Planet Juniors. Enable limits. User limit. No, there's no limits. Enable cooldown. Cooldown. Make it 30-second cooldown. That'll be fine. Give the gnome head pats. I know I'm like right in the way, but alright, save that. Alright, I'm gonna try it. Let's see what happens. Nice. Yay. Over the horizon, that's where I always think you'll be. Oh, stop pressing to find you right there next to me. Knowing landscapes. Alright, last time I selected complete all, it did it. It basically redeemed all, is what it did. Yep, okay. That's what it did again. I I don't even know. How did you know that's where I'd be? It's hard to believe. Create a community challenge. Interesting idea. Research grabbing hand icon. Something like that would be good. We need a transparent background. Help me to get it. Help me to make it. Hand. Let's try hand. Oh, it's no longer exclamation point PP. It should just be channel point redeem now. reaching down icon.
Nice cock.
That is not the channel point redemption, but it was a good try. It's the head pat. I just added head pat. I just temporarily made it a command to test it out, and then was able to make it a channel point redeem. There we go. I'm thinking of adding some sort of sound effect to it, because otherwise I can't even notice that it's happening. I don't know what sound effect would be good for it, though. Help me to make it. Help me to make it. Let me just see what happens if I do head pat icon. Yeah, not really what I'm looking for. It's close. I'm thinking maybe I can do this one and just crop out the bottom hand. I think we'll do that. Free download. And then we will open up GIMP. GIMP. What would be a good, what do you think, Kai? Is there a sound effect that makes you think about a head pat? Or vice versa? When you think about a head pat, is there a sound effect that comes to mind? Make it. Well, I might as well. Don't be a stranger, don't forget to write. I hope you try. Let's just try this. select none, and then Control V. Perfect. That's what we wanted. Oh, that's so perfect. Drowning in the wishing well. You never leave. I can't make it, so I might as well. Alright, let's try this. And then, I see you. To tickle my funny bone. My pocket is flat. You can't tell at all what that is. Yeah, you kind of need the outline on this one, but I want to have the solid white. Maybe we invert the colors. Select all, and then let's just colors. Can I invert? Yes. Nice. And then we can just, it's way more complicated. I can, hold on, I could just fill in the white on the line instead. That'd be a lot better. I think that's pretty recognizable as a hand. I think that works well. With the brown. Under pocket aces flipped. Let's see, tools, or transform. Scale image. Scale. Okay, that did not help. So we don't want image, we need tools. Transform tools, scale. There's the one. There's the one. We found it. Cool. We will scale that. Cool, cool. And now we readjust a little. Cool. And then now we merge down. Let's actually do this. Hold on. Select all. Control X. And then control, and then select none. Control V. To new layer. Then we just delete this layer. Okay, now we export. We put it in, God, gotta find the file, right folder. Pictures, stream art, no. Pictures, emotes, channel point redeems. We call this, head pat. Head pat. Export. I always forget if I need to save gamma or not. I'll go ahead and just do it like that. That should be good. And then we can go file, folder thingy, pictures, emotes, channel point redeems, head pat. Okay, so wait, no, that's not the one. Go back. Resize. Perfect. So the sizes are, let me open this. $28, $56, $112. So let's start with 112. Save. Head pat 112. Save. We go here. Head pat 112. Open. And then we go here. Do it again. Except we're not going to go back and forth. We'll do 56. Call it head pat 56. Save. Then we'll do resize image. What's the last number? 28. That's right. 28. Save. Call it head pat 28. There's a bit of a pattern here. I'm sure people are noticing. And we can close that. We will open head pat 56. Then we will open head pat 28. It looks so small. I made it as as big as I can, as flush to the square shape of the thing as possible. And it still looks so small in the icon preview for this one at least. Not sure how to change that. We'll save. Oh, that looks good. How does it look on the stream or in the thingy? That still looks pretty good. I mean, it's definitely a little small, but it's still a good enough size compared to the others. That's fine. And I was dissecting. All right, let's go to YouTube. We're gonna type Yoshi Yo. No, it's just Yoshi stuff. Okay, hold on. Head pat. Okay, hold on. We gotta hear these. What's this one? Oh, no sound. Hold on. I'm vaguely familiar with. I've seen bits and pieces of this. Why is is that the sound effect? I kind of want to take that sound effect because maybe people will get that reference. Although I don't. Hit pat sound effect. Let's just see what pops up. Well, that is a nice little sound effect, but I saw. What is this? Pat the thigh sound effect? Not really what I'm looking for. I could have this. I'm trying to remember what that song is. Let's see, like head pat. It's like a Mario song, isn't it? Song mean. Ah, Super Mario World. Okay. Is this the actual? This is not like the actual song. It's just some upload some guy had. It's actually not the beginning of the song. That's my issue. Okay. I forgot. Of course, Pet the Peepo. It's like the classic version of the head pet meme. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. That's like the perfect length for it. So we're gonna go ahead and do the YouTube to MP3. We're gonna get this link here. Click on the first option. We can play our music again. Okay. I think download is the button I want. Oh god, no, we're not doing that. I don't think you guys can hear this. That's fine. Close that. We go to file location. There we go. Don't think. Well, okay, we can hold on to that, I guess. Music. Stream sound effects is probably where I need that to be. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We go to here. We go to alerts. There it is. Alerts. Edit alerts. Channel points. Custom channel point redemption. We go here. Visuals and sound. No visual. Text and speech. No text. But add a sound. Upload file. Go to music. Go to stream sound effects. Scroll down. Pet the Peepo audio. Open. And last thing, just have it only redeem on head pat. Head pat. There you go. How long is Pet the Peepo? Pet the Peepo. It's 16 seconds long. We can have this be 20 seconds just for safety. No delays. Save changes. All right, let's experiment. let's see how the I'm definitely going to need to extend the length of head pat. Actually, maybe 10 seconds is fine. So 1, 2. It'll be the build-up that matters, you know? Oh, it don't mean a thing. Loud now. All right, let's test it out. Let's just see how the timing looks. Okay, it stopped head padding before the music was over, and it started head padding before the drop happened. So we'll add 2 seconds there, see how that changes things. Oh, it's on cooldown. Hold on, let me remove the cooldown for a second, so I can test it easily. There you go. I think that might have been closer. Okay, that was almost perfect, actually. That was really close. Hold on. Oh, that's really good. That's really close. I want to see it again. Hold on. Maybe head pat for 1 second longer there. Can I do like 0.5 seconds? Oh, I can. Second fade in, save changes. I don't know if that'll actually make a difference. It still plays the audio like instantly. I think we're gonna need to do the finagling that we did before. We can close this. Discard changes. Just don't want a million things open, especially since I'm about to open Audacity. Okay, file, open. Bet the Peepo, open. file, import audio, empty room ambience. We're gonna add that again, and the level we found was minus 25. I could maybe go lower, I don't know for sure, but it seemed to work at minus 25. It's not really audible to the human ear, or the gnome ear for that matter, but it seemed to work regardless. So, gonna just add 1.5 seconds. That's what we were doing before. And then everything else from here to here, we can just cut that out. Well, okay, maybe like we'll leave the whole second afterward. Perfect. 19 seconds long. File export. Export as MP3. And I think we are just going to call this 2.0, just like we've been doing. Save. Yep. Okay. Nice. All right. Let's try it again. It'll be like a second for it. Visuals and sound. Upload file. By the Peepo 2.0. Save changes. Now let's try it again. Give that second of dead air so it doesn't do that popping. Still kind of did a little. Okay, we can rework the timing. We'll get back. We'll get back at it in a second. Let's give this a bit more of a buffer because it didn't quite work how I wanted. So let's just scoot it a little bit. Yeah, that's still fine. File export as MP3. Rewrite the 2.0. Okay. We're going to upload file. 2.0, open. And it did not work. Let's just do a different file real quick. Just to get it to change, we'll save changes. And then go back to this. Save changes. Another test. Redeem. There we go. That sounds fine. Let's put them both at 3 seconds. Because, okay, I think the timing for this stuff is fine. So we'll do that. And then let's see a little test. Redeem. Oh, that was almost perfect. I think if we go back to 2.5 seconds for this one. That was, I mean, that was pretty much perfect. Save that. One more redeem. This should look perfect. Like this should be it. That's so good. Maybe one more second on the actual head pat duration. Okay. Cooldown timer. I'm gonna put I'm gonna put 60 seconds on this so people can't spam it too much. Well, I don't know. 30 seconds maybe? Save that. Do you think the audio is gonna get copyrighted? I hope not. I mean, it's the theme to a Mario game, like an old Mario game. Like, I don't know. Maybe Nintendo will care. I really hope not. Okay, it was a lot more trouble than I thought it'd be. But we officially have a head pat routine. Bum, 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 bum. Let me oh. Hey, hi. I need you to try the head pat redeem. You got to check it out. I just made some changes to it. I think you'll like it. I spent so much time on it. It's so good, isn't it? It turned out great. I'm so happy about that. It's so good. I mean, would you have ever thought that it was going to be that good? It's so good. I'm very satisfied. it's like absolutely zero jank. It's just it functions how it's supposed to function. It's fantastic. Make this 25 seconds maybe. Make it like, oh no, that's fine. 25 should be okay. Oh, no, I think 20 seconds is more than enough. We'll leave it at 20. Well, I guess let's take a look at the Biku bot. At 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds. So it's 5.5 seconds, 17.5 seconds, 19.5 seconds. Exactly. Yeah, let's throw on a few extra for this thing. I think it's just like 22. I just don't want to do too much because it might be weird if I try to make it too much. But actually, genuinely, such a good. I mean, it just it works. It works perfectly. I'm so satisfied with it. Let's do rename it HitPat. Redeem audio. Save changes. It's so good, man. I'm very satisfied. So next up is the bonk. Hopefully it'll take me less time because it should be a similar redeem. Save it real quick. It's so satisfying when you're working on something and it gives you the trouble, you get it all, you go through all this trouble, and then at the very end, it just works, and it works well, and you're like, this is exactly it. It's so good, dude. It's so good. Okay, so we're gonna do a new one. I'm gonna make it a command. Gonna be the pp command temporarily. Save that. Points. Gonna go to headpat and we're just going to copy paste a lot of it. Yeah, export commands pp and then import. We're going to change a few things though. First thing we're going to change is we don't need hat toggle, so we can get rid of that. And then we need to change the hotkey from headpat to hammer. There it is. Make it last for maybe just 5 seconds, nothing crazy. And then another hammer. And then we can just delete those because we don't need them. I wonder, oh man, I could have done the sound through this. Should I try it? Am I gonna regret this? Oh god. I could have done the sound through this. Would it be worth it? Would it be worth it to change it? I went through all that trouble. Let me think about it. I don't know. I'd have to really reconfigure a lot of the syncing up, but maybe it would actually be better overall. For now, I think I will get the hammer set up with the sound effect in here. use file, we will find. Okay, so here's the thing: the bonk sound effect right now is my follow sound effect. So when like where the hell? Oh, it's music. For some reason they have a music file, not an audio file. Anyway, okay, we only needed to pause for like 1 second this time. We'll save this. I'm gonna try testing it. I mean, that's pretty good. That's very straightforward. What if we do this? Let's duplicate that, and then duplicate that, and then just shuffle, shuffle. Let's test it out. That was a long wait. .2 seconds. Let's see if that works. We'll do the same. 0.2. Save that. Test. So it's a really short duration. I mean, what if there's like, let's do like 0.05. Save that. Test. I mean, what if we just put multiple sound effects with no delay? Would it just do them all at once? I don't think I saved it. Hold on. Try it again. Oh, you know what it is? It's because the audio file itself has a certain cooldown, or it has a length to it, and so it's playing the full audio file and then playing the next one. I see. That's not really doing anything. I mean, maybe we just do the one sound effect and then make it last for just that length. It does play it for like a second too long. It does one bonk and then this is becoming more complicated than I thought it would be. Which is pretty par for the course, I think. I don't know. Maybe like, no, we don't need a custom audio device. No, we don't need that. I could like trim off the tail of the audio so that there's less of a gap between the files. if we do this first? Would that make any difference at all? Can I do like a simultaneous thing? I don't know. Maybe not. I'm just trying to figure out, man, what the best way to go about this. I just realized that there is a command. There are some commands that I actually want to make permission exclusive. So we're going to do moderator. Because these are supposed to trigger on, it's complicated. These are supposed to only trigger from certain outside sources, but I end up having to have I end up having to have a bot have to type it in chat. So the easiest way to go about this is to make it so only a moderator can do it, so that way that works. Save that. Can you just, if you're still here, can you just type exclamation point DA like I have here, and just see if anything happens? That's interesting. Okay, we're gonna do. I mean, maybe that's just good enough. You know, maybe. Because the first bonk is actually pretty synced up. It's just it does like 2 or 3 more bonks after that. Hmm. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh wait, no, that's a cooldown. We don't need that. I was hoping maybe that would work, but no. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. Let me see if maybe it would be better to well, okay, hold on. First, let's export this. Go to points. Add a new one. Bonk. Hit the gnome with a hammer. Save that. Okay, we're gonna try commands. I'm gonna import duplicate that. Duplicate that. Change the hotkey to yeah, okay. Change the hotkey to hat toggle, and then change this hotkey to head pad. There it is, head pad. And then change sound effect to pit the peepo. Then we go head pat. Then we go hat toggle, and then we add some gaps here. And then this should actually maybe work better. Call this PP. Command PP. I don't know. Can I add this to the multi-action list? Add. work. Multi-action list. Add. Are they both? Save. Dude, I'm so confused. Try it again. It's a little complicated, but I actually think the timing works better through the Twitch one, because with the way the audio works for BikuBot, although you can get things to happen at the same time, you can't get the like with the way it currently is. I have this nice delay where it's like it does like an animation for the as on cue with the music, it removes the hat. Right? Now here comes the head pat right on the drop of the music. It lasts just long enough for the music to play out. And the hat goes back on. Right. Whereas if I do it here, and I know the timing might not be as good, it has to immediately start head patting or immediately play the music, and I can't do both at the same time, or I can't. Wait, hold on. I just swapped those. I don't know how to do that. Like if I put this up top here, save that, play that, it'll play the music. But it won't move on to the next action yet. It'll only be after that happens that it'll do all the actions. Like I was gonna take my hat off, do the head pat for a millisecond, and then put my hat back on. Just because that's the order I had here. It's just not working. I don't know. I wish I could like have it happen on a timeline or something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is working as well. So we'll leave that as is. I spent so much time getting it to work. I think it'll be fine. And the bonk redeem, it will work differently and come from a different audio source, but I think that's fine. I don't mind it. Let me also change the cost. The cost needs to be like, I mean, how much is it to throw? Throw is 50. Bonk can be, it needs to be a little bit more special, so it can be like 70. That'll be fine. Or 80, let's say 80. I don't know. Don't like odd numbers unless they're 50 or unless they're 5. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know. It swings the hammer like 3 times. But, you know, I think that's okay for how it works. My only issue is I'm going to get bonked and I'm going to look over and assume it was a follow and then realize somebody just bonked me. Which actually, I mean, that is a fun little trick. It's like you can just mess with me instead. Get me to look over at chat thinking that somebody just followed, and instead you're hitting me with a hammer. So I guess that's fair. Oh, I'm so glad I got that set up though. Boo womp. We don't need that. We don't need that. I'll talk to you right now. Oh no, he found me. I'm gonna do an ad here. Wonderful news. You can now redeem head pats and bonks in my stream. I am very happy to announce this. Go ahead and send that out there. The crap that it's just, or the fact that it's a crappy Earth drawing. It's kind of fantastic. I mean, you could have gotten like an actual Google image of the Earth, and like instead that's what you went with, and I think that's great. It's absolutely fantastic. Oh god. That first redeem took so long, and that second one I maybe could have spent more time on to try to specify it a bit more. But either way, I think they both worked really well. I think they ended up being fine. I'm satisfied with how they turned out. And I think you don't need to see the full screen anymore. So the only thing I need now is I need to commission more emotes. That was the only other thing I had listed for things to do. Yeah, I need to commission some like channel art and stuff. Now, I don't think that really is going to be anytime soon, if I'm being real. Just because it's expensive and I am not rich. So, yeah. But, we'll see. We'll see. Oy. Nice. Okay. Now what do I do? What other things can I do? Commissions do be costing. That is true indeed. I want to play some music, but then I'm a little worried that there might be some people coming in trying to do the head pat redeem, because I did just mention it to a bunch of people. Screw it, we'll play some music. Turn it down a little. Oh, here it comes. Oh god, it's so good. It's so good. I can't wait for people to try it out and see it. God damn, it's so good. Oh man. I'm honestly, music reminds me of Sea Nanners. I mean, fair enough. It is from Super Mario, so if they played Super Mario, or if that was a significant part of their thing, then that would make sense. You know how you can be. Ba 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 ba. You know how I can be. Just an old YouTuber. Yeah, I never got into Sea Nanners. Okay. Gmod stuff. Now Gmod is just known for Skibidi Toilet. Yeah. I never got super into Gmod, but I know a lot of people who did. And seeing that that's basically the main thing it's known for now is like, well, that's that's rough, buddy. Yeah. I mean, I can't blame Gen Alpha or whoever it is that consumes that area of media because we also had our cringe garbage. Like, I mean, come on, man. We had Annoying Orange. Maybe that wasn't exactly our generation, but that was the start. We had Annoying Orange, man. We had Fred. People actually watched those. Real people actually watched those. I don't know, man. I absolutely did not watch Annoying Orange. I didn't either, but I had friends who did, and so I'd see it like against my will, essentially. I never watched Fred though. I could never do it. I was just like, this is awful. The closest I ever got to watching Fred was when he cameoed in that episode of iCarly. That was literally it. Which was like, I don't know. That was a whole thing. It was a whole odd situation, you know? Sleep drifter, sleep drifter. Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, even outside of that, I mean, there were YouTube poops. There's a lot of like just really cringy content. I mean, just some of the memes from back then were just super lame a lot of the time. I think it's less about um, it being a generational thing. Like, man, what is this generation listening to? It's more like, oh no, it's like the same thing. Like we had the same thing. It's just people who are that old, who are that specific age right now. This is the thing that they latch onto. Like, I don't know if it is the equivalent of like Annoying Orange, where I'm sure a good chunk of people don't actually of that generation don't actually care about Skibbity Toilet. I'm sure they don't, but a lot of them do. And it's the exact same way that like Annoying Orange and Fred were popular. It's same thing. Yeah, same thing, just branded different. Yeah, you know, it's like intentionally annoying. There's like some effort put in by the person making it. I mean, the guy who made it and is making it, right? He's it was just one of like a billion YouTube poops that he's made over years, you know? And it's just for some reason that one particular video got popular. And then he made a second one. Then he made a third one. And made a fourth one, you know? And he kept going with it, you know? And like, who can blame him if it's making money, man? Like, go for it. Whatever works, man. I don't even know what it is. You don't really need to know what it is. But it's just like somebody just animated a video using, you know, Gmod characters to some specific song in a different language and just made like a very bizarre YouTube poop style content with it. And for some reason, Gen Alpha has really clung to it for some reason or no reason. There could be no reason. Yeah. I mean, I think the original one was just a guy's head in a toilet, and that was just it. That's where it left off, you know. And he was like singing along with the song, very like eccentrically, you know, very highly animated, like you see in a lot of those animations, you know. And I think like the undercurrent plot is that, like, even in the first video, I think it was just that like he's like it's like a zombie thing where he's like turning other people into skibbity toilets, I guess, you know. I think that's the whole thing. I don't know, it just, you know, it's one of those things where I'm sure a lot of people from that generation of people who, or you know, that group of people, maybe there are some older people who watch it, but I'm a little doubtful. But you know, it's gonna have a lot of people who say, no, there's actually like a deep lore, it's actually like a deep plot. But that is like the Rick and Morty equivalent of deep lore and deep plot. It's like there's lore and plot. Is it deep? No. It just exists. Just because it's there doesn't mean it's good, well done, or deep, or interesting, or any substance at all. It is just, it exists, you know. I don't know. I've been going through a change. I'll be sure. But yeah, I'm satisfied with the things that happened today. It was good. I don't know if I'm ending stream just yet, but we had fun with Lethal Company. That was good. Some fun clips, I'm sure. Sleep was unsuccessful. How's stream been? Stream has been great, man. I was just doing a little bit of a recap. We had fun with Lethal Company, and then I went and took a break when everybody was done playing. I went and took a break. I watched the latest episodes of Dungeon Meshi, and then I came back, and there are 2 new redeems in the channel point section, and you're welcome to try them out if you want. There we go. There's the bonk. And I did make Headpat a little expensive. I just didn't want it to get spammed too much because it has some audio. Here it is. Yeah, Super Mario Brothers. I think it's just whatchamacallit. I think it's just Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, I think it was literally just from Super Mario Brothers. It's the ending theme from it. There we are. My heart says 64, but it is often wrong. It is definitely wrong. That's okay though. It's not, I mean, it's not bullying if I'm just stating a fact, you know? That is not particularly offensive, really. I was just saying you're wrong. It's not bullying when you're wrong. It's just pointing out that you're wrong. And if I said you're wrong and you're stupid and you're smelly, then yeah, that would be bullying. But I just said that you're wrong. Now, if I said that you're smelly and stupid and you are those things, then it's not this. Okay, that is bullying still, even if it is true. What's all news to you then? All news to you then. So frustrated, aren't you? Oh god. Yeah, I don't know if there's really anything else I need to I don't know if there's anything else I really need to do right now. I could end the stream, but I don't know. I feel like I could go for a bit longer, just hanging out. I don't know. I mean, Jake only just got back. I can't go yet. No, I don't know. I do want to commission some channel art, but also in real life, I need to start saving up for a car. And kind of less so saving up, and more so I need to take out a loan, which will be fun. You do my driving test again? Oh, good luck, man. I don't know how it is in Britain, but it's really not a bad test here in the U.S. I feel like too many people are able to drive because there's such a need to drive. You know, it's really not that great actually. Too many idiots on the road. You know, I'm not necessarily saying I'm not one of them. I can drive. I just messed up my first test. I've been at uni and haven't needed a car, so never bothered. I mean, that's also fair. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, you know this is a bad idea. I thought maybe I could run some Balatro. Uh, while I do this, no, I'm way too focused on the game. It's not a good idea. We'll quit that before we're ahead. I don't know. I can I've been thinking about the whole car thing. I need to look in the price into the price range and stuff. But man, I just I think I can afford to pay a loan every month. It'll be a pain. I think it'll be a big pain, but I think I can do that. The problem really is going to be a matter of um, doing like a down payment for the loan, you know? I'm not looking forward to that kind of thing because I don't have a lot of money saved up. I don't know. Maybe that means I can't really pay monthly at that point. Ay, ay, ay. Maybe I should try to get a confirmed full-time position at my job because I haven't gotten that confirmed yet. I'm hoping at some point that they consider me for it. I don't know. I just don't know if they're really going to be hiring it, you know? friend of mine is selling an old Ferrari for 20 mil. If you're looking for something cheap, you know, that sounds exactly in my price range. I'll go for it. I think just barely. Not even close. I don't know, man. I make like $500 a month. Not a month. A paycheck. So like $1,000 a month. I usually make a bit more than that. It's just we've had such a slow season for work. We were closed for a lot of days in the winter just because we just get a lot less business. But we're opening back up. I mean, this past week, this Wednesday was like the first Wednesday I've worked in like, I don't know, like months really. We've just been closed on Monday through Thursday usually. So, I don't know. I'm hoping I can get full time. It will mean that I'm working a lot more, but hopefully it'll just mean that I'm working for longer hours in a day and maybe not so much more days in a week, you know? I think that would be a lot better. I don't know. I mean, if streaming picks up out of nowhere and I start making more money off that, then I don't have to go full time. But for the time being, that is not the case, really. Oh, you know what? I just remembered. I did buy some PC parts last year, and I'm going to be able to do a tax write-off for that. So maybe I can get a bit of a return. That could work. Maybe. Yeah, I had a load of that last year. Every time I asked for full-time / more hours, it was also some new excuse. Yeah. I mean, my manager is a pretty straightforward person. I think they're honest with me. And they were like, past few months we haven't even been open that much. We're barely getting any hours in the first place. And I was just like, hey, is there any possibility of going full time? And she was just like, well, definitely not right now, because like they don't want to pay a new full time person all those extra hours, right? That they would basically need to be given those hours, right? If we have no use for them to be in, or if it wouldn't really benefit us, it was a perfectly understandable thing. I was like, yeah, it was less that, oh, I don't want you to be full time, and more, they don't want, like, higher ups don't want to hire anybody for full time right now because they will just lose money basically. So I get that. I'm hoping that hopefully that will change. Now that we're opening back up again, maybe they'll realize, hey, we need people consistently, and then they can, maybe put me on the list there. I don't know. That's the hope. I don't know for sure. Also, at the end of last year, I was wanting to go full time around then too, and of course, they don't want to do it. They don't want to have a new full time position before the end of the tax season. So, there was that whole issue, and then we were not open for a while. Well, not open, but we weren't open as much for a while. So I don't know. I'm hoping it's not one of those things where they just keep throwing excuses at me, and I hope they're just like, oh no, we'll get you full time. We just need to make sure it's the right time for it. I don't know, man. I think worst case scenario, I might have to pick up I was gonna say a third job, because it pretty much is a third job when you factor in the streaming. So I don't know. I really don't want another job, man. It's just, I can barely handle one job. I think working another one would make me want to die, But I know a lot of people just view it as a very normal thing to live these days, which sucks. But, who am I to say that, you know, I deserve better, yeah, because honestly speaking, like, I don't want to, I don't want to act all high and mighty where it's like, oh, I deserve to only have to work one job and, whatever. But, like, I don't know. I think everybody should only have to work one job just to survive. I think it's ridiculous to have to work more than one job. If you want to work more than one job, that's up to you, man. Make more money. Sounds great to me, man. That's on you, But, like, I think just in the context of, like, surviving and living, it'd be nice to just work one job and not have to stress about it. But the cost of living is always so much higher than, minimum wage. It's just, I don't know why, for whatever stupid reason. I don't know. Yeah, it just sucks that it's the norm. Yeah, exactly that. It do be rough out here. Yeah, I mean, and it really, it's depressing to see, but then it's like extra depressing when you think about the people who don't have it as fortunate as you. Just even a little bit. I mean, it doesn't take much to become homeless, man. Like, it's, I mean, what if you get into a bad accident? God forbid, of course, But, like, what if one time you get into a bad accident and you're out of a job for long enough that the corporate people at your job say, hey, we don't want you anymore. And then you're out of a job and you're injured still. And you're like, how the hell am I, going to make that money back? And then nobody wants to hire you because you're injured. It's a never ending cycle. And so then even if you get better, then you have to, I mean, here in America at least, you have to pay for your hospital bills on top of that. I mean, it's one thing that could go wrong. That's one thing. It's a major thing for sure, but it's one thing that can go wrong, and it could completely ruin your life. And I feel like that's insane that one thing could go wrong in your life and it would completely throw it off the rails. I mean, that's crazy. I feel like people should be able to just live a little bit and not have that stress of, oh, but what if, I'm in a pretty privileged position with my family and all, and it still stresses me out. I don't know how some people get through it. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's the world we live in, sadly. I don't know. It's just, I mean, it's rough, It's rough out here living and being alive. I don't know, man. But we're all working on it. We're all working on the same thing. I think I think it's just as much as it sucks, it's like you got to acknowledge how much it sucks and then try to build a better, less sucky future for the people who are coming after us, I think that's the hope, Which is unfortunate because, I mean, the previous generations have really tried to build for our generation. Maybe not every generation has tried, but, maybe some more than others. And, we live off of their hard work in the past, right? But at the same time, they didn't really do a good job a lot of the time. It's like some of the things that they really worked hard for, they didn't really do, or they didn't establish in a way that was actually viable for the future. Hmm. At least we're not in somewhere in France. I mean, unless you're really drunk in France. Yeah. I'm kidding. Yeah, it could be a lot worse. That's for sure. Um, I think at that point you're probably just French and deserve it. I mean, you know, well, your words, not mine. But I don't know. It sucks because like part of it is like what I was saying, where it's like, oh, let's at least try to build a better future for the next generation. But it's also sucky because like the reality is that things have been established in a certain way that doesn't allow for everybody to really have a say in how things are. And most of the people who are in charge are the ones who benefit most from the system that sucks. Like the system sucks, right? But the people who get to decide to change the system are the only people who actually benefit from it. It's like, well, what do you even like? What we're gonna try to convince them? Oh no, we want to make it better for everybody, which also means maybe a little bit worse for you. They're like, no, we don't want that. It's like, but like, what about everybody else? It's like, no, but I don't want that though. I don't know. It's very dumb. To be scared. There are monsters hiding everywhere. In the ripping mall. And the white squirrel. Even down in the palm of your loving hand. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I don't know. Shifting gears a bit on Balatro and Northern Line. Can't even imagine being so greedy. I mean, part of it is just, you've been fed a lie. I think we all have. World bad. Yeah. I mean, I think I think it's something that a lot of people believe. I mean, you look at any like billionaire, every billionaire has a million fanboys. who want to be just like that billionaire, when the reality is nobody should be a billionaire. And I don't think this is like a very like crazy idea, but like maybe people shouldn't be so rich that nobody else can even compare wealth wise, you know? And then, but then everybody's like, well, I want to be the billionaire. Okay, it's like, well, how about we're all millionaires instead? Can't we settle for that? Like, or how about everybody just makes like enough to live, you know? You know, why are you obsessing about being a billionaire? And then on top of that, if you really want to be a billionaire, you're not going to get anywhere by being the fan of a billionaire. That's not how they became a billionaire. None of them did that. Most of them, like 90% of them, just got money from their parents and then got lucky with a few investments, bought the right companies, invested in the right places, and just got lucky overall. You know? Just some trust fund kids who blew up out of nowhere. I mean, there are a few people. I mean, like Bill Gates, you know, of course. All the people involved in those big tech companies that really blew up. Not so much Elon Musk. I mean, he just got lucky. He invested in the companies that he thought sounded cool to own, and he invested in them and then eventually bought them out because he had enough money for it. But I mean, literally his parents were like incredibly rich already. So to say that he actually did anything with his life is actually insane. You'd have to be delusional to believe he really got anywhere on his own. It's crazy. But I can work 34 hours a week and can afford food, housing, and a little bit of fun from time to time. Because you don't. I can't believe Core out here trying to keep me down. What's up, Gore? How you doing? We were talking about the way it is and the way it be. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. Not to sound it really political with it, because when it comes right down to it, I don't really care that much because, like, I have literally no say in any of the things that happen. Like, but it just feels a little silly that, like you know, communism became such a vile, detestable thing in the Western world. You know, like, oh, we can't have communism. We went to war to fight communism. It's like, no, we went to war to fight like dictatorships, really. But we were also a little delusional, and Russia was also a little delusional. Like, we were both kind of insane for like being part of the Cold War, and then all the things that happened because of the Cold War and in and around the Cold War. We were never fighting communism. We were just fighting ourselves and ruining our country in the process. Ugh, it's just stupid stuff the whole time. That's society won't let me. In current economic times, I had to downsize, stop most hobbies, and eat less quality food so I can afford to do things. True, though, dude. I mean, it's crazy that, like, yeah, I could save money. I could save money if I never ate fast food again. I could save money if I lived literally off of like bread and water, and I didn't eat anything real. You know, I could save money if I, you know, worked 3 jobs. You know, I could save money if I, you know, you know, didn't sleep at all, and I worked every single hour of my life and got paid from several different sources and invested the money in the luckiest places and just happened to get lucky in my investments and got crazy revenue increases. But like, that's not the life we're supposed to live, man. that's not what we're supposed to do to survive. You know, we're supposed to just like contribute to society however much we can and then reap equal benefits. And instead we are contributing to society more than we need to and getting almost nothing back. And that's the reality for like 90% of the population. And then the other 10, and then 9% of that, they are working and receiving maybe something close to what they deserve. I would say that's like 9%. And then there's what we call the 1%, of course, who like do nothing and get everything. And it's just a rich get richer, you know? That's how it is. It's very silly, you know? Like, we shouldn't view leisure as like a negative thing in life, you know? Like, oh, you know, I don't want to get fast food because I already spent money this week. Like, who? Why does that matter? Why should that? Like, you know, should you eat fast food every single day? No, that's like an unhealthy thing. But should you never eat fast food just so you can save a little bit of money here and there? No. Like, live your life, man. What does it matter? You know? But the fact that you even have to think about it, like, oh, let me really budget this. Let me make sure this works out. Like, it's crazy. Like, you're just trying to live and pay rent and, you know, I don't know. Like, it's like, I'm not talking about buying diamond rings. I'm talking about, you know, getting a burger every once in a while, you know? Just letting yourself live and just have a normal, happy life. And instead you're working so hard and worrying about, you know, you're splitting hairs on what you can spend your money on. Like, no, nobody should live like that. That's insane. $168-hour work week. Is that just all 7 days? How many days is 168 hours? Is that? I can't. I'm not doing that math. Whatever. I'm not. I was gonna do it in my head, and I'm just like, no, never mind. I'm not bothering. Okay, it is 168. I didn't learn the times tables that high for multiples of 7 or 24. So jobs that pay the most are the jobs that provide no value to anyone. Exactly. You know, what is a CEO? What does a CEO do? Have you ever heard of a CEO actually doing something? Because I haven't. Have you ever even met a CEO? True that we aren't cognomes of the machine. I have actually. Well, congratulations. What has it brought you? I guess there are some people who have like their own business and it's like a smaller business and they're technically CEO. And I don't know. Let's shift gears a little and talk about something else. Because I think we all know where we stand with this. But on the topic of Balatro and Northern Lion, I have not ever really cared much about watching people live on Twitch, which is like, maybe, I don't know. I always feel like that comes off weird, like when YouTubers talk about how they don't really watch other YouTubers or like musicians. I don't know. It's like, do you listen much to, do you consume media of the same type that you make, And it's always interesting that the answer is often no, where it's like, oh no, I don't really, I don't really look into this, that, or the other thing. At least that's what it seems like for the platforms. But I mostly watch Northern Lion. I mean, I found him through YouTube, and so I consume most of his content through YouTube, or I watch the clip channel that is officially unofficial, like he's associated with them, the Library of Laterno. Because he just does a really good job making clips, and Northern Lion has like approved of him, and so they kind of just go hand in hand, Good old Watanabe. On the one hand, it's like I would love a relationship like that where I was just a streamer and someone else did all of the compilation stuff for me. On the one hand, that sounds so nice, but on the other hand, I would okay, your two options are basically you have somebody who you pay to do all the work on your channel. So you own the channel, you get the revenue, and then you pay them part of the revenue. Or B, they run their own clip channel, they do all that work, you don't pay them, but it's their channel, so they get all the benefit from it. And you do get your growth because you're the streamer, you're the content creator originally, but they are the one who chops it up and dishes it out, And that's where a lot of people might consume it. And so it's like, okay, well, there's the one situation where you're not having to spend any money and you still get a little bit of recognition. But then there's the other situation where you are spending some of your money, but it does go directly to your channel. So it's like, well, what's the better option here? And genuinely, I don't know, man. But I do find myself to be a bit of a control freak with certain things. So I often, instead of having someone else do something, I'll do it myself. Just because there's a way I want it done in my head, and then I go about it in that way, and because nobody else can read my mind. Sometimes you just got to do something yourself. But I probably do that a lot more often than it would be good for me to do. So I don't know. I think it only really works because NL was already huge despite not editing any content ever. Yeah, I think that's probably it. I think that's the issue for me is like I have no experience in editing, and when I have tried to edit things, I don't really do a good job. Whenever I record something, I usually go about it in the way of like, okay, I'm going to just recite all of it until I get it right in one go. And that means I can't really have a physical script and read off of it. It's usually like, oh no, let me have a like, it's just in my head. I construct it and then I just keep recording myself until I get it exactly right. And this only really works for videos that are only like a few minutes long, maximum like 5 minutes. I would say not even 5 minutes, probably a lot less than that. Anything more complicated than that, and then you have to get some editing in there. And I have, again, no experience with editing, and I don't know. I don't think I'm very good at it. The few times that I have done it. But then you're paying somebody to edit for you, and it's like, okay, everything costs money, which is like, okay, fine, whatever. But man, it'd be nice. Like I'd make my own art, if I could. Now I'm not gonna go do AI art for our subscription emotes. I feel like that would be the scummiest thing in the world. But part of me does understand the appeal of something like that, where it's like, not to get into the AI art rabbit hole, but something to that equivalent. I totally understand the appeal of like, I am not an artist, but I need art for my things, and so wouldn't it be nice if I could just go clickety clack and then get some basically free art, that is how I want it to be in my head, but isn't there necessarily. I don't have it skill wise to make it, but it exists in my head to be made. It'd be nice, but at the same time, I don't want to rely on AI art, and I think art from people is a lot better. And oftentimes, if you commission art from a person, assuming they're actually like talented, um, it will probably turn out better than how you were viewing it in your head. And if it doesn't, then maybe that's an issue on communication, and you can try to work through that. From my experience, most stuff is like, I want something like this, and I want you to run with it, right? That's like usually how it works best with an artist. Is like, okay, here are the specific parameters that I need, and besides that, just do what you want, basically. I feel like that's the best way to do it, rather than try to nitpick every single little thing. So I don't know. It's weird when it comes to like editing. I want things to be a very specific way, and I'm a bit of a control freak when it comes to like posting videos of my content. That's very much how I am. But when it comes to like commissioning art, I'm totally the opposite. Excuse me, burping. I'm just completely the opposite with it. I don't know. I think it's just better to trust the artist because they know what they're doing. And I'd love for an editor to exist that I could afford, but I am trying to just afford rent, man, and a new car and stuff, and that's probably not even going to happen for a bit. So I don't know. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I was going to pay the rest of my rent today since I got my paycheck. I should do that before I forget. Can't believe my brother didn't remind me of that. He's the one I pay rent to. You'd think he'd say something. Okay, there we go. Well, there's a good chunk of money gone, and I'm gonna have to buy some groceries as well, so that'll be fun. That's okay. I still have some money. Actually, I got a decent amount left over. I'll try to not to spend a crazy amount when I go grocery shopping. Let's see, when am I gonna get groceries? I don't know if I want to do tomorrow. Because I work kind of late tomorrow. Like I go in the morning, but I work until 7. So yeah, I mean it's like an 8-hour shift. It's nothing too crazy, but yeah, grocery shopping's not bad. I don't really mind it. I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not very good at like making a list, you know? Um I know what you're supposed to do is try to have a list ready like on your phone, and then whenever you think of something, you try to get in the habit of putting it on the list. But like it's really rare for me to even acknowledge that I should get groceries in the first place. So I'll be like, "Oh man, we're out of like peanut butter. Oh well, I'll get some peanut butter sometime maybe." Is like the idea, and then like I'll just forget. And I don't know. I guess in that moment I should be like, "Oh, let me write that down. Let me add that to my app or whatever, my little notepad." I don't know. Like I understand that's what you're supposed to do, but I just feel like it's not even like an idea of a thought for me to go, "Oh, let me keep track." It's just like, "Oh, it's gone." It's very weird. I don't know. I always remember just as I'm leaving the shop. Yeah, I mean that's the reality of it all. Is you spend all that time at the grocery store, desperately trying to remember every single thing that you need and only remembering about half of it, and then getting in your car or walking home or whatever it is, and usually about halfway there, about halfway home, or as you're saying, like as you leave the shop, like at the one of the most convenient or inconvenient times is when you remember everything basically. And you're like, oh, awesome, great. Anything between the point where you are checking out and the point that you arrive home, anywhere within that realm is when you remember everything that you didn't buy that you should have bought. It's like, wow, all right. I guess here I am. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm a big Northern Lion fan. To get back to what I was saying, I don't really watch a lot of Twitch because I just spend more time streaming on it than anything really. And I I really enjoy watching his stuff. I mean, it's great because he's just like, I mean, he makes the joke himself. Just the whole "I'm just a guy." People will be like, "Are you XYZ?" And he's just like, "No, I'm just a guy." And I mean, the craziest thing is like more than any other streamer I have seen, he literally is just a guy, and it's so funny to think of that. But I feel like everybody who's in content creation online is literally just trying to be like something. They're trying to do something. They're trying to be something specific. And it's so refreshing to just have somebody who's just a person doing like people things. He's just like me for real. I don't know. He just has very like sane views on things in life. He's very conversationally very funny. Just I don't know, such an ideal person to make content in this climate where there's just so much annoying variety at times. I don't know. Like I've never really been a super big fan of the booby streamer style stuff. But yet here I am, a VTuber of a girl anime character, taking advantage of the same thing. I don't know. I've never been a big fan of the low effort content that is just like very clickbaity. I've never been a big fan of the even the more in depth stuff, but then it's like somebody playing a very specific character. It can get kind of tiring. I don't know. There's just so much out there that's like it could be really like tiresome to see over and over, even if it is something you like. And so something really refreshing is just seeing somebody who's just like, oh no, I'm just a guy. you know, I do find myself saying NLisms in real life. Yeah, I mean, why would I want to watch, or why would I want to look at a booby that I cannot touch? I mean, that is a reality, but also counterpoint, porn. There it is. A very accurate use of the bonk. Very appropriate time to use that. I don't know. I don't know. It is very funny to me. It's such a double edged sword because of the way that people are. It's so weird. The state of like female content creation, where it's like I think you get a lot of content creators out there who are just like, oh, and I'm a woman, and that's like it. But then you get some who really accentuate that part of them, like that's their whole personality is I am uh, a woman online. You know, it's the whole like I'm a woman who happens to be online versus I'm online and I happen to be a woman. Like which is the priority here in your content, and like you can look at it one way or another and be like, oh, I hate this or that, and for either one really. um but then the fact of the matter is uh neither one is really that great at the same time, because more attention isn't necessarily better, you know I mean, even just like Northern Lion, he's a guy, right? But I mean, he gets some real weirdos in his chat because there's just so many people, and he gets like I mean, he categorizes them in different ways. The Type A chatter versus the Type B chatter. I mean, that's a whole joke in his community. But even besides that, there's just I mean, there's some crazy people that just drop by. There's that hilarious moment of like the one guy who was just trying to spam ACAB in his chat and got banned for getting mad at the mods, even though the mods didn't do anything, because Twitch banned the term ACAB, not Northern Lion, not the mods. It was Twitch. But this guy's freaking out about it because it won't let him type ACAB. And so he starts getting mad at the mods and calling them names and yelling at NL and saying that he's a bootlicker and stuff. And it's like, bro, you're literally arguing with nobody. Like, who are you mad at? It's just, I don't know, one of the funniest things. But the fact that people like that exist, like, okay, you know, I don't necessarily disagree with the idea of disliking police officers just at a base value. Like, whatever, man. I More power to you. Not to get into what I believe or anything. I'd rather not say what my opinions are on that because it's just going to be divisive. But like, I think that's a fair enough opinion, right? Whatever. Um, but the way they expressed it is insane. Actually insane. Like spamming something that is very clearly going to be a banned term. Not even in anybody's chat. I mean, literally, I think it's just a banned term on Twitch. And you have to explicitly allow that term. You have to whitelist it as a streamer. And most streamers just don't care to whitelist terms like that. Because most streamers don't even want to bother with politics on their platform. They're just there to do their stuff and entertain. They're not there to talk politics, But the fact that somebody went through the trouble of spamming that and then got mad at nobody, but projected it onto the moderators and Northern Lion, it's just like, it's crazy. I mean, it was like a full meltdown. And then they get banned because, of course, they're being rambunctious towards the moderators and Northern Lion, saying all this like incendiary stuff. And then in the ban appeal, they double down. It's crazy. I mean, these people are crazy. So just imagine like the attention that women get online. Imagine that, because I mean, it is just such a mixed bag of almost exclusively insane people. Like, I mean, it's terrifying. It's got to be terrifying to be a woman online who has any amount of attention drawn to them. Like, it's just, I don't know. So, like, am I saying that women are the bravest people ever? No. I think it depends on the person. I don't think it's gender based, but uh, you know, it counteracts a little bit of the like, oh well, they're just there for your, you like okay, I won't deny it does feel pretty unfair that like a guy who is really talented could put in a lot of effort and never like and have super crazy good talent, put in an insane amount of effort and never really get anywhere as a content creator, and that's just anywhere in any realm of business at all. I mean, acting, you know, it could be acting, it could be art, it could be music, it could be streaming, it could be YouTuber stuff, whatever, right? It could be anything. You could put hours and hours and hours of effort in. You could be super talented. Um, you could really put your all into it, you know, and it would never come close to a woman just existing essentially in that exact space that you're trying to occupy. Um, and that's insane. That on its own is insane. But at the same time, having that attention as that woman, as that person, is also insane. Having that level of attention that they get. So it's like, it's kind of like a, grass is always greener thing. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Whatever phrase you want to use, it's like, it's not inherently good or bad to be either one. It's just, it sucks for both, just in different ways. You know? I know weirdos are some of the best ever. I mean, truly, there's some iconic. I just wish he would do more ban appeals. I kind of, and I hope that he gets more weirdos so that they can get banned, so that we get more ban appeals, so that we get more ban appeal like clips, because they are insane. They're so funny. I love ban appeals. Any streamer who gets them should read them out. It's just very funny. And then Northern Lion, especially, I really would. I just wish there was like several hours of content's worth of Northern Lion doing ban appeals and just nothing else. It would be so good, dude. But yeah, the internet's just, it's crazy, you know. There certainly is something about like it's frustrating. Like if I go to the front page of Twitch right now, um, I promise you, out of the first 10 people you see, um, at least like half of them will be like just women existing, which is like, is it wrong for a woman to exist? No, of course not. But it is a little frustrating that like um they don't have to put in as much effort to get to that. But again, the attention isn't necessarily a positive thing, you know? It can be an incredibly negative thing. I mean, you get the hate watchers, which is insane to think about. But then you also get the horny people, who just are literally just there to try to get in your pants constantly, right? No matter how many times you say no. And then, you get the you get a chunk of normal people, I'm sure. And I think that's what you want. It's just normal people doing normal people things, But I don't know. It's such a bizarre world. It all is just such a bizarre world. One of my exes was a model. Some of the stuff she would tell me about how people treated her was just deranged. Yeah. Ban appeals and React Quarter top tier content. Truly the greatest content ever. Genuinely some of the best stuff because it's just Northern Lion talking, man, and riffing. It's so funny. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, you talk to like any woman in your life, and they have been like harassed. Like it's a real thing. rumors of its demise were not exaggerated. I mean, it not too exaggerated, truly. I mean, it really is insane that if you talk to literally any woman that you've known, they will be like, yeah, here's a story of this horrific thing happening to me. And you're just like, what? They're like, yeah, that happened to me. And you're like, wow, does that happen often? And they're like, yeah, like all the time. And you're like, what? Why? It's like, I don't know. It just does. It can be hard. I don't know. It can be hard to understand as a male, to understand the females. God, I hate the incels and the alpha males have turned the words female or the word female into like this weird thing that you just can't say, you know? I'm talking to a woman. This is hypothetical, right? Listen, you've got a mom, right? Come on. Like, please. Oh, yeah. That whole side of the internet is hilarious to me. Which one? The people who are just insane? Like that whole side? Is that what you mean? Incels? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's hilarious at a glance, but it does get depressing to think about and to talk about. Uh, Men hating women, yeah. I mean, it's a tale as old as time, truly. Um, I don't know. I mean, so the reality is like there is this weird loneliness epidemic going on, and it's not just men, but since men occupy a lot of not I don't know about the majority of the internet, but a lot of the most vocal spaces of the internet, um, it's kind of become misconstrued as this male loneliness epidemic. It's only men that are lonely. And I think there is something to be said about how, it might be easier for women to get attention, but again, it's not always good attention that they get. So it's like, yeah, sure, you're getting a lot of attention from these guys, but they are the weirdos. They're the weird guys. And there are weird girls out there too. There are weirdos of every possible, creed. They're just weirdos out there, man. Um. Oh man, okay. I don't think of myself. It's a different kind of loneliness, but it's an issue that affects everyone. Yeah, I think the issue is just that there's just a lot going on that feeds into it. People are more online than ever, which can be good in a lot of ways and bad in a lot of ways. I mean, we've seen it. I think we all know what that means. Um, but I don't know. There's just so much that goes into it. I think part of it is it goes back into the thing we were talking about earlier about like we feel like we have to work until we die. There's that whole thing. So it's like, how do we even meet anybody when we're just busy all the time? We're either busy or we're tired or we're sleeping. That's like it. So it's like, oh yeah, when am I gonna find an opportunity to even meet other people, let alone, meet somebody I'm romantically or even just sexually interested in, right? So that there's that whole thing, right? Uh, on top of that, there's a whole thing about like um, in a lot of the world, there are not really any places to go anymore. Like you can kind of go some places, but they call it, I've heard it referred to as the third location. So um, there's like your home, and then there's your work or school, and those are your first and second locations, right? Um, but then historically, there's been a third location that you can go to, and it's just an area to go to be social, and that's it. An area to be with people, um, and we're kind of losing a lot of those areas. The only one that seems to really thrive and survive, um, more than anything, is like bars because people be drinking. Um, yeah, pub in it. But it's like, what if you aren't wanting to be part of pub culture, or you don't drink at all, you know? It can be rough out there. So we're losing a lot of like the third location. Or what if you just don't feel like meeting drunk people? You want to meet like you don't mind drinking here and there, but you don't want to hang out with the kind of people who hang out at a bar, you know? Because I think it's a specific kind of person that hangs out at a bar or a pub a lot, And I know maybe it is a bit different in British culture, you might say that, but I'm sure there are plenty of people who don't really like the pub experience in England, and the greater UK area. I'm sure there are plenty of people who are like that, and they probably feel alienated by their own culture because there is a big drinking culture in America too. It's probably a lot different, but I speaking as somebody who doesn't drink, I see the culture and it's enormous, and I do feel alienated because I'm not part of it. So I mean, you throw that into the mix. So there's no third location. We're busy all the time. Um, you can throw in the whole you know Gen Z and their phones thing, even though it's literally every single person that's alive right now, um, and has the ability to afford one, has a smartphone, and so of course you doom scroll and doom scroll and doom scroll, and you never stop. You waste your time on the internet. Um, it's tough. So I mean, you add all that together, and there are probably a few other things you could throw in to make it worse. And it's like it's no surprise people aren't meeting each other. It's no surprise people aren't talking to each other. You know, I can't afford to pay for dates, dude. Nobody can really. I mean, it's crazy. It's things are expensive. You know, it's all those things thrown together, and then so it's like then you say yeah, there's a bit of a loneliness epidemic. It's like yeah, no duh, like I'm part of it, man. I mean, it's like I'm trying to think of like a good comparison. It's like I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like an analogy. It's like I guess it's like drowning in a pool, and somebody's like, man, like just kind of ignoring you entirely, but still talking to you. They're just like, man, a lot of people drown in the oceans. Isn't that crazy? And you're like, yeah. Can you help me out? Like, I don't know. It's not maybe not a perfect analogy, but that's kind of what it feels like when it's like, man, there's like a loneliness epidemic. That's what people are saying. It's like, yeah, man, I'm part of it. Like, yo, that's so crazy, bro. I had no idea. Like, yeah, no, I'm like in it, man. Why don't they just swim? Exactly. Why don't you just get a date, man? Never mind the heavy the clothes that I'm wearing that are weighing me down. Never mind the big steel and lead ball that is on a massive chain that is weighing me down. Yeah, never mind that. Why don't you just swim out, bro? Just swim, bro. Just find somebody. Just get a girlfriend, dude. You know? Just swim, bro. I mean, it's crazy. I don't know. It's I mean, I maybe kind of did get one yesterday. Dude, I can I tell this story? I'm happy for you, by the way. If you did, yeah, good luck on that. I don't mean to gloss over what you said, but I'm gonna totally gloss over what you said. Uh, I recently had somebody at work. Like I think I started saying this earlier. I don't think I'm that conventionally attractive, and historically I have not put myself out there very much. I'm not a super social person. Working the jobs that I've had to work has really made me have to come out of my shell as far as like talking to people that I don't know, and so I've gotten a bit more used to it, but it's still very customer servicey, like very like fake smile, you know. I'm a lot better at it. So I think I seem a lot friendlier than I am. And I mean, I think I'm friendly. It's just like, I think I give off airs that I'm more interested in the person than I am. Um, and then, so now I don't have a lot of experience with like actually talking. Cause like, okay, if I'm being real, I did not know how to talk to women until college. And, you know, I had female friends here and there, but I was never super close with them. Um, so if I even like, I'm not going to pretend even for a second that I know how to that I knew how to talk to women. Even now, I'm like, man, I don't really know for sure if I'm doing it right. You know, I mean, the thing that I learned that I think that hopefully I want to say everybody learns, but I'm sure there are some people that just never learn anything. Um, the one thing that I learned that I hope everybody learns is that people of um I want to say the opposite sex, but I know that's maybe not the right term these days. But you know what I mean. Um, they're literally just also people, and that's like the craziest thing to realize when you don't know it. But like, it's true. They're literally just they are just people. That's like all. That's the whole complication, and you just don't really think of it. You know, you don't really acknowledge it in that way because you think of them as being so different or so odd, but they're just people. And so, like, yeah, you know, maybe you can't talk to a girl the same way that you talk to a guy. Maybe you will treat it a bit differently, but for the most part, you can. You really just can. I think you should have tact when talking to anybody. You should have a certain level of decency, just general, you know, decency between people. You know, you should just be a little civilized, and then you know, just talk to each other. And I mean, you know, everybody you know in a different way, right? Like, you're not going to talk to a family member the same way you're going to talk to, you know, one of your best friends. You're not going to talk to your best friends the same way you're going to talk to a customer. You're not going to talk to a customer the same way you're going to talk to an acquaintance that you have, but you're not like super close friends with. You know, it's all different, man. So you need to weigh that in the same way. So it's not like a universal, oh, you have to talk to all women in this way or all men in this way. Like, no, it's, you gotta like play it by ear, man. You gotta, it's person by person. That's how it is. You just gotta, you know. It's not that much to keep track of. You're already doing that all the time. You're already looking at every person you've ever met, you know, regardless of what gender they are, and you're going, oh, this is how I view them. This is how I talk to them. This is how we communicate, and here are the things that we get along with. Here are the things that we don't get along with. You know, you're already keeping track of that stuff. You know, it's like it's nothing crazy. You know. We're known to say that everyone should have to work retail/fast food at least once in their life. If you went to an all-boys school, I mean, yeah, it's, you know, that's an especially alienating thing. But I mean, I went to a public school, and it didn't really help me much. I met girls all the time, you know, in multiple situations, and it never made me any better at talking to them. What really made me better at talking to them is, first of all, being around like men who knew how to talk to women. And again, all I mean by that is men who treated women as just other people. That's literally the whole trick. Is just they are other people. And I don't know. I guess I keep stopping before I continue the story. I recently had somebody come up to me at work who's a coworker. And this was a few days ago. They came up and they were just kind of chatting, and I don't know. They seemed to be kind of flirting with me. I was like, oh, okay, well, this is interesting. This is a bit odd, because, you know, without putting it any other way, I mean, to put it very simply, I just wasn't really interested. And you know, I feel bad because like I'm single. I've been single for a good long while now, and I'm dying for relationship. I'm very touch starved. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, but at the same time, you know, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna force myself to be interested in somebody I'm not interested in just so I can, you know, have some human touch. I feel like that's a worse experience, you know. And you know, I want to treat myself better than that, you know, and because I just feel like that's not fair to me and that's not fair to them. I think it's a perfectly reasonable thing. So then, oh, what's up, Wavy? But yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really interested in this person, but they came up and they were. It seemed like they were flirting with me, and then a few days passed, and then yesterday, or no, I guess it was the day before yesterday. On Wednesday, I should say. I was working, and they came in, and they seemed especially flirty, and I was feeling more and more awkward because I didn't really know how to say it, because I don't know, I was at work, I was in like customer service mode, you know, and so I was being nice, but I don't know, I didn't have any good way to say it, um, and I should have just been honest, uh, and it's so weird because I don't have any experience with um I don't have experience with people flirting with me, because I think although I've never been especially unattractive, I'm not going to pretend I'm, you know, some Adonis or whatever, but I don't know. I can acknowledge that I'm a, you know, a relatively decently looking person. I don't, you know, I don't take super good care of myself, but I don't look terrible. Uh, I I think I got lucky with my genetics. You know, I think I'll say that much. Um, but despite that, I've just never really been flirted with. At least very rarely have I been flirted with. Um, and yet, anytime I have been romantically involved with somebody in any way, it has always been me approaching. And like 99% of the time, it has not resulted in mutual affection. uh, I guess to put it very simply, it's just like I've been interested in a lot of, women, and they've never been interested in me. Um, except for maybe like a handful of times where it was mutual. Um, very, very small number of times. So I just don't have a lot of experience in the first place. And then on top of that, it's always been me pursuing. And so I'm so not used to someone else being interested first. And then I feel bad because it's like, if I'm not interested in them, then I feel like all those negative emotions I felt, when I was interested in somebody else and they weren't mutual about it, it was a one-sided feeling, right? I remember how I felt in that situation, and I feel bad putting them through those emotions and those feelings. I don't know. It's hard for me to say no. It's hard for me to say no, but I don't know. So I talked to them, and at some point they asked for my phone number, and I gave it to them, and they started texting me, and I was like, man, I'm such a coward, but I'm gonna have to wait until I'm after work to, like, I was just giving very simple responses. But when I finally got off work, I went ahead and just sent up a text like, hey, just so you know, I don't mind chatting and hanging out and whatever at work, but if you're interested in some kind of relationship, then I gotta say I'm not interested right now. And and that ended up being fine. Let me catch up with chat. Hold on. Flirty beans is very weird when a customer tries to flirt, especially. Sexy car getting numbers. Well, here's the issue. It wasn't a customer. It was a coworker. Which means, now they are in a different department, so I won't see them all the time. But I will still see them. And I really didn't want this situation. Now, okay. So that's the general story. A few details that make it a little weird with this particular person, right? They were very clearly flirting with me. Like, there was no doubt in my mind. They were being very
Skedaddle, skedoodle! Your dick is now a noodle!
Thank you for that, Gore. It was very necessary. They were very clearly flirting with me, and I don't have a lot of experience with that, but I have eyes, I'm not that dense, I've been pretty dense when, in some situations where, I've had somebody interested in me and I just never knew, until looking back, I go, oh, I'm such an idiot for not noticing. This was not one of those situations. This was one of those, this is very clearly what's happening here, and it was just weird talking to them because I would say they would ask me something, and I would respond, and I'd be nice about it, and give honest answers, and I'm just trying to be friendly, make conversation, make the time pass by faster because it was a slow day at work, and it didn't really seem like that they were doing that. It just seemed like that they were wanting to flirt with me, but it was weird because like they'd ask me a question and I'd answer it, and then they'd be like, oh yeah, this is what I think, and then they'd say like the exact opposite thing of whatever I said, and it wasn't every single thing I said. Women's Bane, welcome. I know that's Civ. Oh no, wait, that's not Civ, that's Nastar. Why did I think that was Civ? What's up, Nas? How's it going? Long time no see. My account redeem was necessary to the following story. I mean, fair enough, fair enough. It's going decent. Well, welcome back. Good to see you. I'm telling a story. I had somebody flirting with me at work, and I wasn't interested, but it was very odd because I'm not very good at. I've historically not been a very sociable person, and yeah. I was wondering who Women Spain was. It's me. I'm Women Spain in real life, though. I don't know. I felt like I was giving signs, but maybe they were like too subtle. That I wasn't really interested in the conversation, and I wasn't really interested in them, and but I don't know. At the same time, I was trying to balance that with not being a jerk, and just being a nice person, and being friendly in conversation and stuff. And but it was just so weird. Like I would talk about something, and they would like be totally opposite about it. They were like, oh, like one time they were like, oh, what are some of your hobbies? And I was like, oh, I didn't want to say that I streamed, and I didn't want to say that I played Destiny, because I didn't want to really get into it all that much. But I was like, oh, I play a lot of video games, and I really don't do much. I don't. I said like, oh, I don't do anything, and they're like, oh, you don't do anything, so you just go home and do nothing. And they're like, joking about it. And I'm like, I play video games a lot, but that's about it. And they're like, oh yeah, I don't really play any video games. I'm like, okay, all right. But like it was weird. Like they'd say the opposite of whatever I was saying, not like the exact opposite word for word or anything, but they would just be like, what are your interests? And I would say my interests, and they were like, oh, I have the opposite interests. But then like I was getting these weird vibes that like they weren't really telling me the truth. And that was the weirdest part about all of it. Is like it kind of felt like they were lying about a lot of it. I'm like, I don't know why they would. I don't know if it was some ploy to be like, oh, I don't know anything about that thing. Can you teach me about it? Like some like flirting technique that, I have seen before, and actually I have employed before, where I'll be like, oh, what's this thing that you know about? Can you tell me more? And it's like, okay, I already know a few things about that thing, but I'd like to hear them talk about it. That's the whole point. It's a common thing, right? Gnome pheromones, pheromones. It's always so hard talking to people who don't play Destiny. Wait, she's an alpha male? I don't know that there's any way to properly answer that, because no, she's not a male. Alpha? I don't know. I don't know about that. It's random, yeah. It's always been random. You probably just haven't been around in a little while. Oh, you guys got to try. Everybody who hasn't been here in a little bit, let's take a break from the story. You got to try. One of you has to redeem the new head pat redeem. You'll love it, trust me. There's the bonk redeem. That's also new. I just set that up today. The head pat redeem is really good. One of you has to redeem it. To be fair, it's been like a year or two. I mean, you did drop by like maybe half a year ago. I remember. It was sometime after you changed to the username Women's Spain. Oh, here it is. so good. I put so much time and effort into it. I'm so proud of it. It's so good, isn't it? It turned out perfect, dude. Like, you thought it was just gonna do like a simple head pat thing, but no. No, it's more. Oh, man. Destiny's red flag anyway. That is true, actually. It's a wee bit of a jump scare. I mean, that is true, actually. Am I like not getting knocked back when you guys throw stuff? Yeah, there's like no knockback. I'm not getting jostled around at all. That's very weird. I don't feel like fixing that right now. We'll look into it next stream. I'm too strong. Is that a Katamari ball? It is. I got a lot of the 3D models are actually from Katamari. Some of the art already, like some of the models in the software already looked like Katamari stuff, so I just went and added a bunch more. Which reminds me, I need to keep playing more of the second game. I only did that one stream, but I gotta do more. But yeah, I don't know. So it was really weird talking to her. I just kept getting weird vibes. It just felt like she wasn't really telling the truth about a lot of things. Like, okay, here's an example. Like, I was like, yeah, I just play a lot of video games, and she was like, oh, I don't play like any video games. But then I think she said like maybe she used to, and she's like, well, what games do you play? And I didn't want to say Destiny because I didn't really want
Poopy pants.
Oh yeah, there's that new redeem. It's also a very good one. I love the smug look that he gives to the camera after saying whatever it is he says, and then he walks away. But she would be like, or she was saying that, and then I was like, I didn't want to say Destiny because I just didn't want to get into it, so I said Balatro. I was like, well, there's this. I usually play a lot of single player games because I didn't want the conversation to lead into what I knew it was going to lead to, which is, oh well, if you want to play some games sometime together, then would you like to play some games together? I didn't want it to lead into that because I wanted to let them down nicely, and I just didn't really know how to go about it because I just don't have a lot of experience rejecting people because I don't have a lot of experience with people being interested in me. It's I don't know. It was such an odd thing, and so I was like, oh, I don't want to go down that like what's it called, that dialogue tree. I don't want to even have that as an option. So I shut down any video game things. So I was like, oh, I play a lot of games, but I only really play single player games. Is kind of what I was like. And like, oh, well, what do you play? And I'm like, okay, fine. We're past that point of the tree. It's fine. I can talk about this. So I was just like, oh, I play Balatro. It's that's the latest one I've been playing. I just play whatever's popular is kind of what I was saying, or whatever's new. And she was like, oh, what's Balatro? And I'm like, oh, it's like it's like a card game where but like you play all these different cards, and it's like you get random upgrades each time. And what really struck me as very suspicious was like, she was like, oh, what there's a name for that kind of game. And I'm describing a roguelite, but I was describing it in a way that a non-gamer would understand, because I was under the impression that they were not a gamer, that they aren't familiar with the term roguelike. And so I was describing what a roguelike is. And personally, I don't know what the difference is between a roguelite and a roguelike. I'm not sure what the difference is, if there is one, or if they're universally used. Um, but I was describing it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, there's a term for that, isn't there? What's that term?" I'm like, if you don't play games, how do you know that there's a term? And I didn't call them out, but I'm like, that is suspicious. I was like, "Oh yeah, it's called a roguelite." Whatever. I just went with it. But it was weird. I don't know. It was just very, very weird. Um, and there were just a few things like that where I was just getting very weird vibes from her. Where I was like, oh, like she's saying this, but I don't think she means it. I feel like she's lying, and I don't want to just say that she's lying, but like she kind of is. And then even if she's not lying, a lot of the time the thing that she's saying like directly disagrees with the thing that I'm saying, and I'm like, why are you interested in me if we are so opposite from each other? Like I mentioned once that I don't drink, you know, and I don't smoke either, and I didn't happen to mention it, but then at one point she's pulling out a pack of cigarettes and saying that she's about to go on her smoke break. I'm like it is not gonna happen between us, man. Like, sorry, like I'm just, like I don't know. That's a very big no for me. I really I do not like any kind of smoking. It's just me, you know. I don't like cigarette smoking. You can live your own life, whatever. If you want to smoke pot, I feel like that's a bit more reasonable. At least it's not something that will kill you so directly. But cigarette smoking is like where I draw the line. It's like, don't do that. Like, don't do that, and especially don't do that around me. Like, I don't know. I don't judge smokers. I don't mean to sound like I do, but I just don't like. I at the very least, I don't want to date a smoker. At the very least, I don't want to go on a date with a smoker, right? Um, I understand addiction is, hard and yeah, a big struggle, and so I'm not judging anybody here. Um, but I'm not interested. I'm not interested in that life. Um, and so that was like a big like red flag to me, right? And then besides that, it was just like so many things where we were literally just like we were just very opposite about things, you know. And I'm not going to get into it. Um, but I'll just list it as another example very vaguely. I have when on the topic of religion, I have a specific opinion, and I will leave it at that. I'm not saying that I am or I'm not religious. I'm not saying what I do or don't believe, right? Um, but I have, my own opinion on it. And their opinion is essentially the exact opposite of mine in this situation. And I was like, okay, like you're not winning me over here. It's everything. It's like every single conversation was like that. And then there's like one point where I really like this job. I really like it a lot. There's plenty to complain about. I mean, just like any other job, there's always something to complain about. But I really like this job for like a lot of reasons. Um, and I can't really. Again, I can't. I don't want to go any further. But for other reasons, I don't want to dox myself, and where I work and stuff. But I really like my job, and I'd like to keep it. And I enjoy being there. I enjoy working there. I've got my complaints, but I like it for the most part. But every time we would talk about working there, she was super, super negative about it, and super, super like, oh, I don't like, this job's awful, blah blah blah. And like, to be fair, I was saying negative stuff about it too, because we're at work, it's on our minds, and there's plenty of stuff to complain about at any job there is, but I didn't mean it in any, oh, I can't wait to get out of this job, I'm so tired of this job kind of way. I meant like, oh, it kind of sucks that it's like this. I wish it were like that instead. Not that I'm leaving, but it'd be nice. Secretly a spy trying to steal your Twitch account. Can you imagine? I don't know. If they were spy trying to steal my Twitch account, they were doing a really bad job. Oh, it does kind of just come out of nowhere. That redeem. I love it though. It's so good. Oh man. I don't know, man. It was just such an odd situation. And so finally, I don't know, I got their phone number, or they got mine. And she texted me a few times, and when I got home, I finally texted her back, and I was just like, "Hey, sorry, I'm just not interested." Blah blah blah. You know. I think I already mentioned that part. And so here's where it gets weird, more weird than it already was, right? I send that message, and I'm so embarrassed to say something like that. I'm so like hesitant, and I feel bad that I send the message, and then I immediately put my phone on airplane mode, because I can't, in that moment, I can't handle reading whatever she replied with. I don't know. It was too much stress. I really had to push myself. Like, I had talked to a bunch of coworkers that I get along with. I had talked to them about it, and then I messaged a few people on Discord about it, and I just got a lot of assurance of like, hey, here's what you got to do, and it was all stuff I knew, like, just be honest, be nice about it, but be honest. Just be like, hey, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. That's all you got to say, and that's pretty much all I did. But it was just, it was really eating away at me. And so I finally sent it. And I just could not handle reading the response in that moment because of all the stress. So I literally just immediately put it on airplane mode so I wouldn't see the response for a while. And then eventually, when I'd cooled down a bit, I checked the response. And I kid you not, what she said was, like, oh yeah, that's fine. I didn't mean it as, I wasn't really interested in a relationship either. And I'm like, I don't believe you. I didn't message her that. I didn't tell her that. But I'm like, I don't believe you. Like, and that's not me being like so self-centered or whatever, but like, it was so clearly not true. I don't know. It's just like, I'm not an idiot. I can be like a little hard to catch on to things. And I make assumptions, but if you saw from a third person perspective, if you were another person in that room during our conversations, you would have also gone, oh yeah, she's flirting with him. That's what you would have interpreted that whole situation as. I don't think that's out of line to say. All the way she was talking about stuff, all the way she was like her body language with it, not to be all like, oh, the body language, blah blah blah, but like, I don't know. It's hard to explain without being weird about it. It was very weird for her to then turn around and say, like, oh, I wasn't really flirting with you or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know, what did she, let me read the text, because it is bothering me that I can't remember what she said exactly. Oh yeah, okay, so I said, after not very many texts, like, she sent a few, mostly just being like, hey, it's so and so, this is my phone number. And I really didn't want to give my phone number out, Um, but I felt a little backed into a corner with it, and I kind of felt it coming, and I didn't know a way to say no in that situation. Because my first response in that situation is always try to find an excuse and not to just be honest. And it's so weird because like most of the time, my response to things is to just be honest. But whenever I feel backed into a corner, my like fight or flight response is to like not lie, but to find an excuse first. You know, um, and sometimes I do find myself lying because I'm trying so desperately to find an excuse because it's like a defense mechanism. I feel so defensive about it. And then I sit there and I go, well, that was stupid of me to say. Or if I sit there and I think about it beforehand, then I go like, oh, actually, I should just be honest, right? But in these situations, I always just get so stressed about it that I have to, like, my only solution that I think of is, oh, wait, let me find an excuse of some kind. And I couldn't think of anything. And she was like, oh, can I get your phone number? And I was like, oh, yeah, sure. Like just being friendly about it. And immediately I was like, oh, I should have said no. I should have said no. I should have. And the easy response there is just, sorry, I don't hand my phone number out to people at work, or I don't hand my phone number, not people at work, but I don't hand my phone number out to just everybody I meet, I don't like just putting my phone number out there, um, it's there are at least a dozen things I could have said along those lines, but instead I was just like, oh yeah, sure. So later on when I got home, I texted her and I was like, so I just wanted to clarify. I don't mind chatting as coworkers, but I'm not really interested in a relationship. Sorry if that was your intention. And I thought that, I felt like that was pretty straightforward, pretty clear. And then her response was, it was not, haha, just trying to pick up some work friends. And I was like, that's just not true. I don't know. Like, I, and again, don't get me wrong. Like, I have a lot of female coworkers. I have never once thought that any of them was flirting with me. Okay, actually, except for once. There was another female coworker who flirted with me. And that one I know for a fact was the case because I was getting vibes that she was flirting with me, but I didn't want to like assume anything. And then she literally gave me like a birthday card with her phone number in it for my birthday and like a bit of a love letter. And I was like, oh, okay. That was a very weird situation. I talked about it when it happened when I first got this job like a year ago. It was just, I don't know. It's just so weird. I felt bad because yet again it was one of those situations where I wasn't interested, and I felt bad that I wasn't interested because I'd been on the other side of it so often, and so I didn't want to say no, but at the same time I wasn't interested. So what else am I gonna say? I have to say no if I'm not interested because I would just feel worse if it would be bad all around to them and to me if I pretended that I was interested just to be polite or just out of obligation, And the way I handled her situation was not great. I basically just ghosted her. Like she had her phone number written in the birthday card, and I never texted it and never called it or anything. And I kind of made her think that maybe I would, just out of politeness. And luckily, she stopped working there around that time, which is why I think she really pushed it before she left. But that basically meant that I never saw her again after that. And I was like, oh, good. Dodged a bullet on that one. So I didn't have to awkwardly reject her and then work with her the next day. I mean, I was like, oh, God, please. Which is what I'm worried about now is it's like, now luckily this more recent girl, she's in a different department. Oh, it's so weird that it's like this around the same time of year, only at work, the same kind of situation twice now. God, I don't know, man. I've never had this kind of thing happen to me before, and now it's happened to me twice at the same job. It's just it's so weird, man. And I don't like it. I don't know, man. And it sucks because it's like I'm all for like if you like somebody, you should ask them out. You know, um, it's me. You know, it's the classic "it's not you, it's me" thing. Like, good on them for you know being women that are asking someone out, right? Because that's tough for anybody to do. But there's also a heavy expectation for men to pursue women and for women to say yes or no. You know, like that's the expectation in society. Whereas, what they're doing is the opposite. They're the ones asking. And so, like, I don't want to say, I don't want to give off the impression of, oh, you did something wrong by doing that. Don't you do that again. Never ask another guy out. I don't want to give that kind of impression. I also don't want to, like, be in that situation where I'm not interested in the person. I just feel bad because it's like I'm not interested in them. But if I was, it would be such a, like, it would be like a holy situation. I'd be like as if angels descended from the sky and granted me this opportunity. I would be honored if somebody I was interested in came up to me and asked me out. That's such a like a fantasy situation, right? And so it sucks that it's not people that I'm interested in. And for that reason, I feel bad because it's like, oh, what? Now I'm judging them on this or that characteristic, and it's like, yeah, that's how that's how it works. Like, if you're not gonna like a person, then you're not gonna like a person. You shouldn't have to force it. At least, beyond the point of just being friendly with each other in general. I don't know. And like I feel like I can't talk about this without coming off as like some entitled jerk. Oh, how dare you? Like, oh, woe is you getting flirted with like by two women. And again, this is like a year apart now. I don't know. It's just so odd, all of it. It's so uncomfortable. The latest one was just so weird, though. I mean, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend I'm a great judge of character or anything, but like, there were a few times where I was just like, I feel like you're lying. And again, like, I'm not saying that out loud, but I'm just thinking as I'm talking to her, I'm like, I feel like you are lying. It doesn't feel like you're being honest with me about this thing. Um, and then having that context and having that feeling and that idea for me to then say, hey, sorry, I'm not interested in a relationship. Sorry if you were flirting with me, if that was your intention, right? And for her to then respond, oh, that wasn't my intention at all. I was just looking to make friends. I'm like, I just don't believe you now. Because I'm like, I'm pretty sure you were lying in some other situations. And, on top of that, it just doesn't make sense for you to say that. I don't know. It was weird. And hopefully I'll never have to talk to them about it again. Hopefully it's just it. I I don't know. Maybe she's just doing a bit. Honestly, I really wish she was. And she very well could be. I don't know. Maybe she was just messing with me the whole time. I don't know, man. I respect the commitment, to be honest. I don't know, man. You know, it's crazy too. I knew it was gonna be a slow day at work on that more on Wednesday, right? And it was super slow. So we had a long conversation. It was like a solid hour that we were chatting, and I was like, again, the whole time being very amicable, being friendly, and you know, kind, but in a customer service way. You know, I was being nice, and either she didn't pick up on it being a customer service thing, which is like, okay, fair enough, but or she didn't care. Um, I was not really being interested, and I thought I was given vibes. And there were sometimes I'd answer questions in a way that also like I felt like was a bit of a hint. Like when she asked what I do outside of work, and I was like, oh, I don't do anything. I do like nothing all day. And she was like, oh, really, nothing? And I'm like, no, yeah, really. Like I'm trying to sound not interesting, and hoping that she like gets the hint and goes, oh, he's not that interesting. Uh, and instead I ended up elaborating by just saying, oh, I just play a bunch of video games, which is a pretty unappealing thing. Because I mean, video games are cool. I love video games. I'd love the person that I'm in a relationship to also be interested in video games. That's like a big thing for me. But are video games very good for society as a whole? Are they the most significant thing ever created? Maybe not. And so I'm kind of trying to be like, oh, all I do is play video games all day. And then when she's like, oh, what kind of video games? I'm like, oh, mostly like single player stuff. Like, don't even think about talking to me about video games. It's just single player stuff. We're not playing together. I'm trying to give little signs here and there without being mean. Um, but at the same time, also acknowledging that like what I'm saying could be just normal conversation stuff too. Like, what if I really was just some guy who only played video games all day, but only single player, and you know didn't have any kind of life outside of it. It's like, I mean, to be fair, that isn't too far off from where I actually am. I don't know. I felt like I was wanting to portray the worst version of myself, um, so that she would go, oh, well, maybe I'm not as interested as I thought I was. But it felt like she was just doubling down instead, and I was like, that's very flattering of you. It's very kind of you, you know. But I am not interested. I'm sorry. I don't know. It's just, God, I really hope I don't have to talk to her again. And the worst part is, I still didn't even fully get myself out of this situation. Because you know what I said? I read that text. I said, I don't mind chatting as coworkers. And that's just not true. I totally minded chatting as coworkers because she was making me feel weird. She was making me feel awkward because I didn't want to talk to her. I don't know, man. In the nicest way possible. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this person. I'm just not interested. And I feel bad for that. I feel bad that that's how I feel, but at the same time, it's how I feel. I can't change that. I don't know, man. It's so complicated. But it also puts a lot into perspective. I mean, that's pretty much just what it's like to be a woman, like every day, I bet. Oh God. I mean, can you imagine that awkward situation that I'm describing? Can you imagine that, like, at least once a day, basically, like all the time? People you know, people you don't know. That's practically the the female experience. God, again, incels have ruined the word female. I'm trying to use a very clinical word for it, but then it just comes off as me sounding like an incel. God, it's so terrible. Just, oh God, the females. Oh God. Only once have I ever heard somebody actually refer to them in that context. I say them, refer to women as females, and it was so cringe. I don't even want to talk about that situation. I'm just gonna leave it at that. It was very cringe. And a similar thing with the guy who came to my work like 2 or 3 times a week. Took me way too long to realize he was flirting. And see, that's where it gets tough, because like, as a straight person, I don't understand gay people. I am friends with gay people. I also work with gay people, and I say gay people. I mean that in the very blanket term. People of the LGBT community. But I, as a non, as a straight person, I don't understand a lot of the culture, because I'm just not part of it. I don't understand a lot of the thinking because I'm just not part of it. But at the same time, I still pick up on some stuff, and so like, there have been a few times where I've had like gay coworkers where I'm like, wait, are they? Or like, not just coworkers, but like classmates and stuff like that. I'm like, wait, is he flirting with me? Is he just being nice? And it just, I don't know, it can be tough to discern sometimes, just in general. But especially in that situation, I feel it's even harder. Because like, what if they are flirting with you, but they're trying to keep it subtle because, it's a habit that they've built up for the sake of survival, pretty much, like, like when they were younger, they didn't want to be openly gay. So, because it would have gotten them in trouble in one way, so what if they're used to that? So they're flirting, even though they are trying to get out of their shell a bit more with it. It's still very subtle or something. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe they're not flirting with me at all, and it's just more of the culture to be so like outspokenly positive or kind in that way. Maybe that's just part of gay culture or something. I don't know. And see, that's the thing, is it's like there's this disconnect because I'm not I'm not gay. I keep using the word gay as just a blanket term, but I just mean anybody in that whole broader community, And I'm an ally, I don't, I'm not judging or anything. I'm just saying it is different, and I try my best to put myself in their shoes and understand, of course, and I'm respectful of their opinions, and I will make no assumptions about anybody, but I will especially not make any assumptions about people in that community, because I respect those people. Now, that being said, I don't understand like any of it. I just don't, and I don't think I ever will. I will try. I really will, and I have been trying. But I mean, I have talked to even just friends of mine who are like bisexual, and the way they talk about certain things, I'm just like, if you say so. Like, I don't feel the same way at all. I don't feel the same way at all because I'm not bisexual. My sort of girlfriend's parents that I was thought I was gay for like 6 months. Oh no. I flirt with my guy friends way more than girls. But I mean, that's also part of straight guy culture, is to jokingly flirt with each other, which must be so confusing and complicated if you are a gay guy and your friends are very straight. That must suck. That must be awful. Of course, I think that happens a lot with women too. Um, so I'm sure lesbians get a similar kind of thing where they're part of this culture that is also kind of flirting with each other all the time, and they're like, wait, are you actually flirting? Or I don't know. It's got to be. It's got to be tough to navigate. I'm not gonna make any things assumptions. Depending on who you ask, I've got between 1 and 4 boyfriends. Yeah, jokingly. I mean, and there's so much satire about it too now, where it's like, it's fully turned into like, um, all the jokes about like kissing the homies goodnight and and then some, like you know the jokes I'm talking about, and it's like the funniest thing is like you can literally like say that to and about the straightest friends as a straight person, and you're still, the whole joke is that like it's like the gayest thing you've ever heard in your life, and it's coming from the straightest person you've ever seen, and it's not from a point of mockery. It's just like, I don't know, it's just funny. It's just funny to say. We're too many layers deep into the irony. Truly, though, truly. Ah, God, it gets so complicated. Good luck to anybody trying to navigate the world of being single. I mean, I know I'm having a hell of a time with it. Not in a good way. So I can't imagine having some other difficulty to deal with at the same time. You know. Yeah, I don't know. It's so weird though, because like, I'll jokingly flirt with my friends, and I just don't mean it at all. Because they're just my friends. Um, but sometimes it's a fun like pick me up. It's a fun, like a very flattering way to joke about your friends. Instead of bringing them down, it's like it's kind of building them up in a very silly way. I'm asexual myself, which is similarly a whole can of worms. Ah, yeah, and see that's another thing where it's like, I respect you. I can try to put myself into your shoes and understand, but at the end of the day, I am never going to understand that way of thinking, and that's just the way it is. And I mean, I feel like you could probably say the same about me. Squid gave up on love. It's just too hard. Never give up, Wavy. Never give up. But it is too hard. I agree. I agree. Oh God. I don't know. These days, I feel like I have better chances of meeting somebody online, one way or another. Oh, my friends a lot more than I think I've ever loved one person ever. So I'm really happy about that. Yeah, that's nice. Tried a dating app once. It was awful. Yeah. I gotta say, again, grass is always greener. Um, I do feel like uh, the world of dating, online dating, as much as I don't want to say this, I do feel like women have it a little bit easier when it comes to dating apps. I know we were just talking about the Twitch thing, and I was like, yeah, more attention isn't always better. But I think specifically in the context of dating apps, most of the time these days, dick pics are not really a concern unless you're giving out your phone number or Snapchat. And if you're giving it out that quickly, that's on you. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Uh, most dating apps don't even let you send pictures to each other through the text feature. Uh, So yeah, you get some annoying messages, but then you just block the guy and then that's it. The thing about dating apps is that the population is almost always like 80% men and like 20% women. I don't know why. I'm not gonna make any like assumptions or whatever. It's just what the statistics always are. And from my own experience, although I'm sure there are a lot of bots that are men, from my experience, I've seen, you know, depending on the app, between dozens and hundreds uh of bots, very very clear bots, where it's like pictures of models and then a link to a Snapchat account that is like literally gibberish for its username, or like just randomly spammed out words and uh pictures of like, again, like some supermodel or some Instagram model that are just very clearly stolen from somewhere. It's so there's always like a bit of a tell. There have been a few times where I've liked a profile and I've been like, maybe that was a bot, and so like it works very clearly. It works. Um, I don't know what that was for. I mean, I'm just telling it like it is, right? I don't know. I feel like I've on some of the dating apps out there, I have seen at least like I don't know. I want to say like the majority of the accounts have been bots on some of the apps, and at best, it's still a bot. Like one in every like 8 or 10 profiles that I see, right? Which is a pretty high percentage still for what it is. Um, I will say, I did not like Hinge at first when I first tried it years ago. Recently, I re-downloaded Hinge. It's probably the best one out there right now. Um, it's not super in depth with the profiles, which I don't like as much. I've had some where it's like, oh, this is pretty deep profile information you can put here. Um, but I don't know. Sorry, I got barely distracted by something and lost my entire train of thought. I don't know. I think in the world of dating apps, it's like it's all so separate and digital that like, although I'm sure you get a lot of unwanted and unneeded attention as a woman online, um, from a lot of single men, at least that means that you can filter out all the worst ones. You can filter out all the bad ones and you can find the good ones because there's a bigger sample size. Whereas, like, I'm sitting there just scrolling through bot account after bot account. And then when I finally reach a real human, it's like, okay, is this even somebody I like? Probably not, you know? Because it's like I barely have seen anybody in this entire app at all, you know? Let me get your song request. I I don't recommend dating apps if you can go somewhere else and like if you are able to meet somebody somewhere else, then you are lucky. Like you should really cherish that you found somebody and didn't have to use a dating app, because using a dating app is just, it's so miserable. At least from my experience, it just gets so depressing because I'm just sitting there scrolling through profile after profile after profile. It feels like I'm doom scrolling, like I'm on Reddit or something, and I'm just stuck there, or watching YouTube Shorts, and I just keep scrolling and scrolling, and it just, I mean, just like anytime you doom scroll, it just gets depressing after a while, and eventually you're just like, I need to stop. This is just not good. This is not good for me, you know? I don't know. Just found out that I don't like most people. I was swiping left for days. I mean, truly. But then it makes me feel bad because it's like um there were a lot of people on there on like every single dating app I've used. There have been countless people that I've, swiped left on or whatever, or just, done the X, tap the X button instead of the heart button, right? Um and there have been so many times where I've thought after, swiping left, I'm like, you know, if I was like a coworker of hers, if I knew her in real life, if I met her somewhere else other than this godforsaken app, I probably would have had a crush on her. I probably would have been like, um, actually interested. And so then it feels bad. Like, why am I just swiping left on so many different people? Whereas like, if I had met all of those people in real life, then I probably would have been interested in a lot more of them. But because it's a situation where I am finding, I might as well find the perfect person. I need to find my soulmate through this app. Like they can't have anything wrong with them, or I'm not interested, right? That's kind of the idea that you get, which I mean is fair because again, it's like a bigger sample size. So if you're trying to find a certain level of quality for what you're after, um, then like you're going to try to go through more people if you have more people given to you. I don't know. It's like, I mean, it's a 1 in 10. So if you have 10 people, then you pick the best one out of the 10 people. Okay, that's not that bad. But what if you're trying to pick a 1 in 10 when you have 1,000 people? Well, that's still a big chunk of people to get through to get to that equivalent of 1 of 10, which is at that point, I guess 100? Yeah, 100. So, even if there's still 100 people that are that good, then it's still out of 1,000 or 10,000, whatever the number was. I can't remember. I don't know why, but doom scrolling just sounds so silly. It is, but it's also a very good description when you think about it, because it's literally just it is scrolling to your doom. It's a very extreme name for such a mundane thing. But I mean, really, it's like you get stuck in a loop. I mean, you could call loop scrolling or something like that, or infinite scrolling, or I don't know, something like that. It's just hard to present yourself well in that context outside of just being super hot. Yeah, and like you know, I like to think I'm not too shallow of a person that you know, the women that I'm liking on these dating apps aren't always like the most attractive supermodel. I mean, it's like first of all, me personally, it's just not really my type anyway. Um, I would feel like I can't keep up with somebody like that, and oftentimes it comes with a personality that I don't think I'd gel with very well. Um, Not that anybody asked, but I've got a preference for tomboys and short hair and I don't know, girls who like playing video games. I don't know, are nerds and stuff. I like nerds, I like goths, I'm not unique in any of these opinions. Lots of people like that kind of thing. But like, it's my preference. So I'm not really looking for the supermodels personally. It's just not my type. But even if like I'm looking for somebody more attractive, I don't know. I don't um that's me. I'm a nerd with short hair. Are you a tomboy too? uh, but I don't know. Again, like I think what I was getting at was just that, like, you know, I don't think I'm so shallow that I'm only liking the most attractive women in the app. You know, I think I'm trying to find people who are just generally what I'm after. But at the same time, there's still a lot of requirements in my head of like, oh, she has to be like this, and she has to not be like that, and she has to be like this, and she has to not be like that, which I think it's fair to have. Um, like I think it's just easier if you agree on politics and religion, big things like that, that aren't really that big, but I'm kidding. Uh, they're a big deal to a lot of people, and it's just better to not argue with someone that you want to be romantically involved with. And an easy step to that is to find out that, oh, hey, we already agree on a lot of things like that, a lot of the bigger stuff. Do they have to play Destiny 2? I've done drag on occasion. I mean, that's a whole other can of worms. And do they have to play Destiny 2? Not necessarily, because nobody has to play Destiny 2. I don't know. It's one of those things where as long as she plays some video games, it'd be nice. I don't know. I just don't think I could date somebody who like you ever see somebody who's like you realize like, oh wow, like bronze rank in Overwatch is a real rank. Like people actually exist down there, Like the lowest rank of a game, and you watch somebody just with very very slow reaction time, and it's like, even though they've been playing for years, it's like they've never held the controller or the mouse and keyboard ever, and you're like, man, you don't know what you're doing, man. Like I'm not saying rejected because bronze. That's not what I'm saying. But you know what I mean, where it's like you just watch somebody, it's like, you don't really play games, do you? Like this is new to you, isn't it? I don't know. That kind of thing is like, or like, I don't know. Like I did um I mean, I try to do this even with just my friends, which maybe doesn't sound that great. Um but like I can't play Destiny with certain people because they're just really really bad at it. And like I like helping people out, and I'll help them as much as I can, but everybody's got their own limits, and like sometimes you just find somebody who's like they're really not capable. Um and it's just tough to play with them. Um and it's one thing if they have at least something else going for them, which does happen sometimes. Like if they're just really really funny, and like, or really good at something else, or they're very good at conversations, and it's just fun being around them, but they suck at the game, like that's not that big of a deal. That you're at least having a good time playing with them. But more often than not, it's been like, man, they are really bad at this game, and I am suffering, and I'm dying. They have to be able to beat me in a 1v1, of course. Please go flawless before you ask me out. Me when I play Trials with Car. I'm sorry, Sherpa, even for Trials. I am your Sherpa for Trials, as in I will show you how you are supposed to win. I won't win, but I will show you how you're supposed to. I'll teach you the rules to Trials. I'll teach you how to play it. I won't go flawless, but I'll teach you how to go flawless. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Sherpa does imply literally carrying you, because that's like what the original term came from. But, I don't know. And I don't mean to like game shame, you know, because, you know, mobile games and comfort games are totally fine too. But there is a type of person that has only ever played like The Sims and Stardew Valley and uh, like Animal Crossing. And I don't even mean like GameCube Animal Crossing. I mean like they've only ever played New Horizons. And it's like, okay, come on. Like, surely you've played a previous iteration of Animal Crossing at least once, please. And I don't know. It is a little frustrating when it's like, I only started playing in 2020 when it came out for the Switch. And I had never played a video game before that. It's like, okay. Okay. All right. I don't know. I mean, I just play Destiny. You know, I try not to be nitpicky about people's gaming habits and stuff. Because, like, I play Destiny. You know, that's my main thing. But I do play other games. And historically, I have played other games in the past, you know? And so I don't know if I could really be in a relationship with somebody who has, like, no experience with any gaming. I just feel like I would lose my mind. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I would be talking to my mom every time I talked about a raid in Destiny. You know, I feel like I'd be explaining, like, having to gloss over important details to, you know, make it palatable for the conversation. Trying to not sound like a crazy person with all this weird terminology that otherwise doesn't make any damn sense, you know, out of context. I don't know. Kind of just run straight at people and it works out like 6 times out of 10. I mean, fair. My housemate's girlfriend is just like that. She gets mad when we talk about Destiny. Yeah, and see, I don't know. That's the other thing. Is it's like, okay, if I had other hobbies, I don't think I would care as much if my girlfriend didn't play video games. Because then at least, you know, she might be more interested in my other hobbies, right? But as a streamer who mostly plays video games on stream, and I spend a lot of time doing it, it would be kind of a big deal for me if the person I'm interested in doesn't play any games. And on top of that, if they only played like a little bit, it would still be kind of like, this kind of sucks. Like, I don't even know how to talk to you about this because I feel like you have no context on what I'm talking about. Because at least with Destiny, like if you talk to someone else who's plays like World of Warcraft or something, or even just like some PvP game like Valorant or whatever, at least you have some context to work with. You know, you don't have to explain every single little detail just to have a conversation about what happened today. You know, I remember telling my dad why I was up for like 30 hours straight during day one. Yeah, it's weird explaining to people who just have zero context for that kind of thing. That's why I just leave it in very vague terms a lot of the time. You know, I don't say that I'm a streamer a lot of the time. I definitely don't say I'm a VTuber. And I rarely ever tell people I'm a VTuber in real life. When I first started doing it, I kind of tried to advertise a bit. I was like, oh yeah, I just started doing this thing called VTubing. But like nowadays, I'm like, no, I'm not going to mention it to anybody I know in real life. I'm not going to mention to it a single person. And it's not for anonymity. I mean, I've shown my face on stream a dozen times now, you know. But I definitely I don't know. I think it's just embarrassing sometimes because it's just easier to say that I'm a streamer, if anything, that I stream on Twitch. You know, series on YouTube by Rasputin called "Gaming for a Non-Gamer." Yeah, I saw the first one. I didn't know there's a whole series. That's cool. I'm gonna have to look into that. It is such a cool concept to be like, hey, here's somebody who has zero context on this thing. Let's see if we can get them interested in this thing. and then seeing like all the stuff that's so ingrained into that culture of whatever the thing is, you know? I look forced my friends to play Dark Souls, yeah. Hold on, almost done with this soda. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, if she's got a good KD, then I'm not really worried about much else. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend that's like something like turn on or anything. I don't know. It's just like it'd be nice to be able to just talk about. Yes, that's the 0.8. That's what I'm saying, bro. I need a girlfriend who can carry me in trials. Duh. What do you think what? You think I'm trying to be be with somebody at an equal level? No, you got to date outside your league, you know? Oh god. I don't know. I think generally speaking, I mean, okay, it's tough cuz like again with the whole like the dating app thing, I it sucks cuz it's like it is all like visual. But at the same time, um you know, I think that is a big part of attraction is just, I mean, literally how somebody looks to you, you know, and are you attracted to how they look, you know? So I don't know. It's tough. It's so weird, all of it. I don't know. It kind of sounds like I'm your type, to be honest. I'm taken though. Hey, I won't feel hurt at all. Don't worry. I'll get over it fast. And I'm already over it. As an asexual, I disagree. I'm sure you do. A squid doesn't know about how dating apps work, so I'm having lots of fun listening about them. I mean, honestly, you're not missing out unless you're literally, I don't know. Wavy, I feel like I don't know a lot about you. Can I be honest about that for a second? Squids can use phones. They have operable limbs. I mean, true. True, though. I feel like every conversation I've had with Wavy has been about whatever game we're playing, which, to be fair, is on me because I'm bad at coming up with conversation topics. So I usually talk about whatever I'm doing in the moment, either the game that I'm playing or at work. I literally only talk about work. It's just I don't know. I have trouble sometimes coming up with anything else to talk about, which is why we're still talking about dating stuff because I can't think of another. No, not that I can't think of another topic, but I have now latched onto this topic, and it will be the main topic for the next several hours. Here are the things I know about Wavy. Wavy is a squid. Wavy's favorite color is blue. Wavy is good at PvP. And also, Wavy is somehow friends with every single person. And I'm pretty sure that's what I know about Wavy the most. That's probably simplifying it a bit, but you know, those are important things. The most important things I see. Is Wavy better than me? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I think you have definitely carried me in trials more often than Wavy has. But I would have to see you guys in a 1v1 to find out, really. Squid versus fish. I mean, if it was just that in real life, then I think the squid would. Well, actually, no. Squid depends on the fish. Depends on the squid. An octopus would definitely win. Octopi are dangerous creatures. Sharks are fish. True, true. But there's also giant squid, and I'm pretty sure they eat like sharks and stuff, or at least like big guys. Squid doesn't really care about a lot of things that aren't that. Guess that's why I don't talk about myself ever, maybe? I mean, fair. There we go. Sorry, doing something. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I've never asked before, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. But is there a particular reason why you don't use your microphone, Wavy? And if you don't want to share, you can just say that you don't want to share. That's also fine. But I kind of realized I've never asked before. No pressure to use it, by the way, if you don't want to. I'm just curious if there's some sort of reason for it. To be fair, okay, I was going to say, to be fair, I've never heard of Squid Talk, but there are literally YouTube videos called Squid Talk, and it's characters from Splatoon speaking gibberish. So that would just be a lie if I said that, so I can't say that. Let's see. I don't know. Yeah, you're not really missing out on much, Wavy, with the whole dating app thing. It's like, it sucks because it's kind of like one of those things that feels like a necessary evil. I just don't like talking. Really shy and I can't express myself very good when I'm not texting. Plus, I'm really, really bad at putting my words in the right places. That's also fair. Every day is a struggle. Welcome, awesome Neil. Welcome again. That is entirely fair, Wavy. Not every day, some days I just sleep. Ugh, ain't that the truth? I could use some sleep. I probably should have gone to bed already. But I'm kind of having fun talking. Well, Wavy, there's no pressure for you to ever talk, but if you ever want to, then I want you to feel encouraged to. But, if you don't want to, then I want you to feel encouraged either way. So that's also fine. I don't think anybody would mind. I don't know. Dating apps suck, though. Back on that topic, man. If you lose the one you have to talk. That's some pretty high stakes. I don't think she'd take that offer. Listen, I've known Wavy for I guess maybe almost 3 years now. I don't think she would take it a 1v1 like that just to with such high stakes after having not talked for so long. That's a lot of pressure. If I lose, I have to shut my mouth for at least 5 minutes. That's such low stakes for you. It's like nothing. If you lose, you owe me $1 billion. But if I lose, I have to shut my mouth for 5 seconds. Ugh. I know it sounds a wee bit weird, but I would rather be able to text for everything instead of talking for it, even IRL. I mean, that's fair. I don't know. There are definitely some times where I'm like, this is a much better situation to be texting, and I would much rather be texting this. But I don't know. There's some stuff where just I don't know, some bits of conversation that are just so nice to have verbal, you know. Just get a Stephen Hawking text to speech thing. Hey, or Zentrea. The VTuber with the robot voice, where she does what she does is she it's a bit different. She talks, and then it goes into a text to speech from there. So it's like speech to text to speech. Super weird. Kind of the opposite, to be honest. Texting is kind of annoying for me. I text way slower than I talk. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like for me, whenever it's a heart to heart kind of thing, I feel like talking is a lot better. Like if I want to just be honest and straightforward, or if I want to kind of have fun and talk, I'd rather talk than text. But if I want something to be very specific, if I want it to be exactly how I'm thinking or feeling, or if I want to really get my words together, I find it a lot better to do over text. So it's kind of a depends for me. It's a depends situation. It depends on, am I trying to convey some very specific information? Okay, then I'd rather text it. Am I just trying to have fun talking to somebody? Then I'd rather use my voice, You're the only VTuber I watch. I mean, fair. Fair enough, man. I don't know. I definitely think there's some VTubers out there that are significantly better than I am, and not just because they're popular, but because genuinely they are incredible people. Um. So I don't know. I don't know. And I was a fan before I was a VTuber. You know, I was a fan of a few different VTubers, and I was like, man, I want to try that. And then I tried it, and now I'm a fan of even more VTubers, and I'm also a VTuber. So, you know, texting is useful for sure, but talking is something I very much do for fun. Conversations are like a game for me, and texting is kind of lessens that. Fair enough. Yeah, I kind of view it that way too. Um, I feel like talking is a bit more fun, you know. I just had the funniest mental image. I don't know why, but it was like it's like, what if we get Wavy to to use her mic, and then she talks and just sounds exactly like Barack Obama. just it just turns out that this whole time we've just been talking to Obama. I don't know why. I don't know why that mental image popped into my head, but it did, and it was very funny. Oh God. I was thinking Christopher Walken. Oh man. This perfectly timing a joke is legitimately better than sex. I mean, it can be nice. That's for sure. And that's a pretty low bar. I think there are a lot of things that are genuinely better than sex. I mean, who am I to talk, you know? But like, come on. The only way sex could be better than half the things that are better than sex is if you were having sex while doing those things that are better than sex. Sorry, there's like dust in this thing, and I'm trying to get it out. There you go. Marinate on that for a while. Just saying, I've never seen Obama and Wavy in the same room at the same time. I'm just saying. How do we know? How do we know for sure? Remember, he had a lot of silly advertisements when he was trying to be president. I mean, say what you will about Obama politically. He was like, genuinely, just like, he just seemed like a nice guy. I don't know. He seemed very classy as well. have advertisements for your politicians. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get into the topic of American politics. It just hurts. It just hurts to think and talk about. I wish for simpler days. Just have a video of Boris Johnson bullying as a kid over in a charity football match. Weird. Weirdly specific. Obama was one of the only presidents I can ever remember. There's an anime I watched. It's still one of my favorites to this day because it's just a good comedy. It's called Danchi Kokosei no Nichijo, and it just translates to daily lives of high school boys, and that's exactly what it is. It's just a comedy of like a bunch of high school boys just doing dumb stuff. And it was just, I don't know, it was very funny. It was very funny. I definitely recommend it. But there's this one time they were playing this game that I'd never seen played before, but I think is somewhat common, but I think it's a bit more common in Japan, where it's ping pong, but every time you hit the ball, you have to say some sort of trivia thing related to a certain category that is decided on beforehand. So if you miss the trivia item, or if you what's the word? Or if you miss the ball, then you're out basically, right? And there's just the gag in that bit was that one guy kept losing over and over in different sillier and sillier ways. And one of the prompts was like democratic presidents of African descent. And each of the guys is going like, so and so from such and such country, so and so from this other country, so and so from this country, and then one of the guys just goes Obama, and then it gets back to the one guy who keeps losing, and then he's out of it because he, oh no, I think the gag was he's like, oh, he took mine or something like that. Obama. Let me find that clip. Just so you can see what I mean. I don't want to have this devolve into us just watching YouTube videos, but I will show this one real quick. Real quick. I'll scoot out of the way. Hold on 1 second. Just real quick. Okay, for the record, I'm pretty sure it was a mistranslation for the subtitles, it's not just names of foreign presidents, it's names of like foreign like black presidents or presidents of African descent, which is why he couldn't have just said any other president. It was specifically like African, uh, you know, black presidents, and so all of these guys are saying these very specific African presidents. And the best part is not even that the guy says Obama, but that the guy who keeps losing the whole time, the fact that Obama was what he was going to say, and instead the other guy took it, meaning that he had no horse in this race. Essentially, it's I don't know, it's fantastic. I don't know. It's a very very good show. Oh, here we go. Another example. Oh God. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. We're not gonna sit here and watch YouTube videos. It always goes bad when we do that. It just gets boring on stream. Anyway, that's all. That's all that was coming to mind in our conversation. Obama. Oh yeah, music. Wait, how did you get there first? Oh, that's so funny. Wait, hold on. Can I do something? Wait. Oh wait, I don't have that emote somehow. What? Kind of scary when someone gets all the trivia questions right. You know too much. Wait, I think you might just be bad at trivia. I hate to tell you. Hold on, hold on. What should we have them say? Hold on.
Obama.
Obama. Soda! Oh, man. I know many things, but not the right things. Also, welcome, B. Good to see you. I know you sleep in a bed. If only. I'm really bad at trivia, but some beans just have too much brain. I mean, true. I don't know. I do think it's fascinating when somebody's really, really good at something. I really like Northern Lion. We were talking about him a bit earlier, and maybe we don't have to get too into it, but I really like his stuff, and he's incredible with trivia, especially movie trivia. He's just very knowledgeable about it. I know movie trivia is absurd. I don't know how he keeps it all in there, bro. It was it's what drew his hair out of his head, man. I'm just saying. His brain needed more space, so it made him shed all his hair. That's just how it is, man. That's why I have long hair. He's bald? Yeah, you may not have noticed. It's a bit of a joke in Northern Lions community. But he kind of doesn't have any hair, and people sometimes mention it to him every once in a while. Oh, here's an ad break. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is about certain memes. Just some of them are just like the shortest ones will be so funny for no reason. Like the whole Obama soda. It's just I don't know why, but I've seen several animations of Obama soda, as well as just the original edit, and it is funny for no reason basically, and I love it. I've seen so many, and I love it every single time. It's just good. I'm bald sometimes too. Do you get a lot of haircuts? And when I do, it gets very short. I mean, that's usually how it goes when you cut your hair. It gets shorter a bit. That does seem to be a trend I've noticed here and there. You know what's crazy? For a long time, pretty much as long as I've had this character model, my hair has been longer than the hair on this character model. And only recently did I get it trimmed, and now it is pretty much the same length as this character model. So technically, this is the most accurate I've ever looked to my VTuber self. which is odd. Give the model a haircut. I mean, if you know an artist who can give proper haircuts, then you let me know. For cheap, by the way. I really don't want to pay anybody right now for anything. Money's cheap. Money's tight these days. It's a little tight. I usually ask Barbara, but to each their own, I guess. Fair, fair. Get a 2-block. What the hell is a 2-block? 2-block haircut? What does that mean? Do I want to know what that means? Man. There's something nice about these chatting streams where I can just sit here and hang out for a bit. It's just a much nicer feel sometimes, you know? I enjoy this. Oh yeah, Velvet Underground, yeah. I'm tired, man. I should probably go to bed soon. It does seem like every single time I think about going to bed, though, somebody will hop into chat and I'll be like, oh man, I should stream for a little bit longer if they're going to be here, you know? And then I hang out and then I go, okay, maybe now I should go to bed. And then someone else will hop in. It's very funny. The timing of it is just insane. Obama. See nothing. Ain't got nothing at all. I'm almost hitting the exhaustion wall that'll let me sleep finally. It's 9 a.m. Good God, dude. Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m. for me. And I got work at 10:45, so I really should get going. Well, hi, and B, I hope you guys won't be hurt, but I think I will end stream soon. I know you, hi, you just got back, and B just showed up, but yeah, 10:45 a.m. Yeah, it is almost 3, so I got like less than 8 hours to sleep, and that's assuming I like appear at work at the moment I wake up, which is not the case. So really, I'm gonna get like 7 hours of sleep. So it's almost 4 a.m. Oy. Well, then it's probably good if I go to bed, because that'll mean you'll go to bed. That'll mean you take care of yourself better. That'll make me feel happy. No, I won't. Ugh. Warframe grind. Ugh. Gross. What are you grinding for? An uglier robot? It's impossible. They're all ugly. Boom. I win. You video games, those are for losers. uh. And nothing at all. And we love late night Cardinal streams. I do too. Ain't got nothing at all. Oh, sweet nothing. I don't know, I'm kind of going through my brain, just trying to think of if there's anything I haven't talked about that I've been wanting to talk about. I think we touched on just about everything. Not really anything interesting going on right now in life. At least nothing that I have already mentioned. I already talked plenty about that weird situation with the girl. Guardian games? I kind of already talked about that maybe yesterday, or was it? I'm excited for it. It looks fun. I'm at least excited for the Sparrow. I think everybody is. But outside of that, I don't know. I'm a little worried it's just going to be the same old thing with Guardian games, you know? I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I think that's about all I have to say about it, really. Wonder who's going to win? You know, me too. I'm going to go for Titans this year. What about you guys? I don't really have too much of a preference, but I don't know. This year I just kind of feel like going for Titan. Looking forward to the PvP game mode again. Had a lot of fun with it last year. My first ever 7th column. I remember being really frustrated. I felt like no matter what class I was on, the other classes all seemed to be running something crazy. But then it happened no matter what class I was on, so it's probably just me. Ain't got nothing at all. I don't know. This was the first high population skill based matchmaking game mode in years. Yeah, but it was like weird too. Like it was class versus class, so it didn't really, have a proper sample size. I don't know. Trying to think anything else. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot to talk about right now. I think I need to get some sleep. I think I mostly played the mixed version, to be honest. Oh yeah, I forgot there was even a mixed version. I thought it was only the class one. So shows what I remember. I think that's it for me. Let's find a fun little outro song, something nice. Um, hmm. Let's go with you know, I have a solution to this issue that I have right now where I'm streaming and I'm having a great time, but it's too late and I gotta go to bed. I have a great idea, guys. How about you guys just watch my stream at an earlier time? I blame you. It's not my fault, it's yours. I would happily. It is far too late for me. True, though. Alright. It's time to go. We're going to hear Walk With Me by Cut Worms. It's going to be it for me. I'll see you guys later. I'll probably be on tomorrow, but it'll be kind of late in the day. I work until like 7 p.m., so yeah. I'm just. Oh, God. Yeah. Anyway, this is Walk With Me by Cut Worms. It'll be our outro song for the night. Thank you so much for watching. I love you all. I'll see you guys later. Bye.